Recording in progress.
Hey, good morning, Jeff.
Hello, Jeremy. How are you?
I'm fine. Good morning, Judge.
Hey, Bill.
Hello, gents. Yeah, it's good. Thank you. How are you, lads?
Couldn't be better.
Good. Don't take this the wrong way, but you're wearing shorts, aren't you?
Jeans.
It's okay. And I'm wearing a tie.
Well, I want you to know that my wife and I flew back last night from Atlanta, and sitting just in front of us and to the right was a guy with an impeccably well-tailored suit, but his suit had short pants. And it turns out that he is a fashion designer from New York who
Yeah.
designed one of Michelle Obama's inaugural gowns. And wearing a suit with short pants was something that I thought, Bill, you might want to introduce to New Mexico.
No. See, I am fashion challenged and proud of it, Jeff. I have less than no interest in such things. So the idea of someone wearing short pants with a suit is that's just, please look at me. I'm desperate for attention. So, hi, Judy, how are you?
Hey, Ron, how are you?
Good morning. Morning, everyone. Good to see you all.
Does somebody want to help me understand what I think we're now going to start calling drone gate?
I have nothing.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't either, but I
No.
still have my question. Jeff, what was his footwear? He was wearing short pants, but what was the footwear?
I'm trying to remember. He was wearing very stylish loafers.
Oh, you
with
look.
stylish, I don't know what those socks are called that are below the ankle. So
Oh,
he did have loafers. And when we got home, my wife looked him up on the internet because we figured out his name. And he's very famous. He had and I wish I had stopped him to ask, he had a carry-on bag that probably cost $25,000. It was the most gorgeous black leather carry-on. And I thought to myself, nobody should have that. But as long as they're being manufactured, I want one.
Jeff, you're going to tell on yourself. Were you flying first class?
No, he was first class. We were the row
Oh,
just behind first class,
I see.
called Economy Comfort.
Oh, right in back of him. Interesting.
So for Economy Comfort, I got an extra 6 inches of leg room. And as tall as I am, I needed every one of those inches.
Right,
Yes, you press done right there and then you're saw it.
thanks. Okay, then I go to, where do I go to then?
To the webinar.
Jeremy, are you in Kansas?
What's my address here? What am I doing?
I'm in Kansas City.
Say again?
I'm in Kansas City.
Good. Barbecue.
Not yet, not until after the race.
Oh, are you doing a race, like a physical race?
I'm doing a 100-mile bicycle race over gravel on Saturday
Wow.
in Emporia.
Wow. How long is that supposed to take you? Optimally.
I'm hoping a little over 6 hours.
Wow.
Emporia, Kansas,
Yes, sir.
gravel.
Gravel.
Why?
That's a good.
We have cars.
We also have asphalt. Just saying.
And is this like a tubeless tire? Are you riding on tubeless tires?
No, I run tubes still. Hey, Governor.
Do you ride on those super thick tires, Jeremy? The
No.
nice wide tires?
No, I don't have a fat tire bicycle.
Oh,
It's a pretty normal bicycle.
Do you have a can of slick? Do you know what that is? It's that stuff that you spray into your tire, into your tube when you get a flat.
I do have that. A lightweight version of it.
Well, good luck.
Thank you. Good morning, Governor.
Good morning. How are you all?
Hi, thanks. Good
good,
morning.
thank you.
I've tried to dress up for you all today and wear my newest bolo tie. You see it?
I can. Impressive.
Barely.
I was just given. I was just given that it's a Navajo piece. I retired from the Molina board, and they thought I've always worn bolo ties for the last 10 or 15 years, and so they gave me this for nice. And so I thought I'd wear it for you, but you can't see it very well. It's a magnificent piece. Just showing off today.
Oh,
Deservedly.
could you raise it up so I could see it, get a better look at it? A little higher, a little tighter. No,
That's all the higher it goes, unless I stand up or move the
that's
camera.
beautiful. That's very nice.
Here we go.
Take one more step
There you
back.
go.
Oh, wow.
That's
That
nice.
is, that's very nice. Wear it in health.
Very
Very nice.
intricate, yeah.
And there's some faces, an eagle face, there's a horse face right there.
Oh, yeah, I can see it.
Wow.
But it's a nice piece. And
Do you know who the
Retired
artist
for-
is, Gov?
3 years. What's that?
Do you know who the artist is?
You know, I do, but I've got it written down in my house, but I don't remember the name.
Okay,
But I've been retired for 3 years and I've always worn bolo ties. And I was looking in my closet the other day and I thought, you know, you don't have to live in sweats all your life just because you're retired. So I decided to put on a real shirt and a bolo tie. I go to church with nice clothes on for a change. And so I'm getting back in the groove now that the pandemic is lessened.
Where,
Is everybody on?
Good morning, everybody.
Francis,
We're still waiting for Francis to connect and
okay.
Judge, we can't see your video.
If you try to connect on the link that's on the agenda, it does not work. You have to go to Jeremy's room to get it to work.
oh,
Or mine didn't work, but when I went to his earlier, I think it's his report and said, join us on this link. If you hit it on that report, it comes up, but it doesn't come up off the agenda.
mine came up off the agenda.
That's because you have a really super computer. Mine is a
Super touch.
2006 model.
Maybe it's the silver in the bolo that's
Yeah,
interfering.
yes, it startled it.
Oh, I came in over the website and that's, that worked fine. And it looks like we have Commissioner Williams.
I've asked Commissioner Williams to start her video and unmute herself here. So I think she's unmuted now. So Commissioner Williams, can you want to test your microphone?
Test my microphone.
There, we
There
can hear you.
are.
Can you hear
Morning.
me?
We can hear you, and you got to press the button to start your video so we can see you.
Press the button. Okay. Can you see me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go.
There she is.
Am I here? Can you see me?
Yes,
Okay, am I good to go?
Yes,
Very
ma'am.
Okay.
All right, Jeremy. Jeremy, can we call the meeting to order?
Chair, it looks like we have a quorum, so you can start.
All right, thank you. We'll call the meeting to order and formally take roll. Commissioner Baker,
present.
Commissioner Bluestone,
Here.
Commissioner Carruthers,
Here,
Commissioner Solomon,
Present.
Commissioner Villanueva,
Here.
and Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Thank you. All right, there is an agenda that you all have and have doubtless reviewed. And I would seek approval of the same by virtue of a motion and a second.
so moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Hearing none, the agenda is approved. And then finally, on the preliminary matters, look for approval of the minutes from the April 2nd commission meeting, which everybody received and hopefully has reviewed. Is there a motion and a second to approve?
Make that
So
motion,
moved.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There's been a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the minutes of the April 2nd, 2021 commission meeting are approved. The next matter is item number 4, which brings us together at this ugly early hour. in some of our views. Jeremy, I'll turn it over to you for selection of citizen redistricting commission members.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Commissioners, what I'd like to do at the moment is just kind of provide a brief introduction, overview, and orientation to this morning's session. During the 2021 legislative session, the regular session, the legislature enacted the Redistricting Act. And this statute, which becomes effective on July the 1st, creates a new state agency that's called the Citizen Redistricting Committee, which is in essence an advisory committee tasked to prepare district plans for New Mexico's congressional delegation, the State House, the State Senate, and the Public Education Commission, and to deliver these proposed maps and written evaluations of those maps to the legislature in advance of the special redistricting session. Under that statute, the State Ethics Commission has the responsibility to appoint 3 members to that 7-member committee. The chair, who must be a retired judge on the Court of Appeals or the New Mexico Supreme Court, and two members who must not be affiliated with either major party, which means they either need to be declined to state or members of minor parties in New Mexico. At the April 2nd meeting, the commission decided to make its appointments to the Citizen Redistricting Committee through an open and competitive process. So to solicit applications for that open and competitive process, the staff wrote and circulated op-eds which ran in papers around the state. Many thanks to Sonny for his work in that regard. The New Mexican and the Journal also published articles about the Ethics Commission's application process. We were active on Twitter. Several advocacy organizations also circulated the calls for applications over their lists, including the League of Women Voters, Common Cause, New Mexico First, Fair Districts New Mexico. And so we did our very best to try to circulate the call for applications to New Mexicans around the state. With respect to the judges, I personally wrote each of the 18 retired State Court of Appeals judges and retired justices, asking for their consideration to submit an application for the chair position. And the application period was open from April the 7th to May 21st. And during that time period, the State Ethics Commission received 69 applications for these positions. Two of those applications came from retired justices of the Supreme Court, or rather justices who will be retired come July 1st. 67 persons applied for the 2 minor party positions. And of those 67, 30 of those persons we concluded were affiliated with either the Republican or the Democratic parties. They self-identified on our form as Republicans or Democrats. And for those 30 persons, those applicants, we referred them to the appropriate appointing authorities, the legislative leadership and their chiefs of staff. And those referrals kind of happened on a weekly basis during the application period. 8 of the 67 were members of minor parties or declined to state, but they were not eligible for an appointment to the Citizen Redistricting Commission for under one of the various disqualification criteria in Section 5A2 of the statute. 3 of the applicants submitted incomplete applications, so their applications weren't considered, and that left 27 applicants who were eligible for an appointment by the State Ethics Commission for one of the 2 minor party positions. And of the 27 applications, I reviewed their forms that they submitted along with their resumes, as did the General Counsel and the Communications Director, Walker and Sonny. And under the State Ethics Commission's decision on April the 2nd, I was tasked to prepare a short list for the commission to interview, because in April, we figured that the commission would not be able to interview and make a group decision for over what could be dozens and dozens of applications. And so I've proposed and recommended to the commission that you interview 7 applicants for the 2 independent or minor party positions later this morning after you interview the 2 retired justices. When making the short list of the 7 applicants, there were several things that I considered in reviewing their application forms and their resumes. And this was my thinking in doing that. The Redistricting Act, it contemplates that the members of the Citizen Redistricting Committee as a whole have a set of certain skills and competencies to make that agency successful. And I think they're the following. The first is a kind of set of demographic skills, map making skills that that relate to working with GIS software, for having a sense for New Mexico's demography. The second set of skills are legal skills. Redistricting is an activity that requires the application of a rather complicated body of federal law that issues, on the one hand, from Supreme Court decisions starting in the Reynolds and Westbury companion cases from '63 and moving forward, and on the other hand, the cases interpreting the Voting Rights Act from 1965 moving forward. And so there's a skill that I think is needed with respect to applying the ability to apply a rather complex body of federal law to the task. The third skill that I think is kind of called for by the Redistricting Act is a set of quantitative skills. The Redistricting Act requires the committee to, after it's adopted district plans for submission to the legislature, to prepare written evaluations of those plans. And one of the parts of those written evaluations is a measure of partisan fairness. And there's been a lot of work in that field, in that academic field over the last 10 years. And to this point, measures of partisan fairness and evaluating district plans under measures of partisan fairness has become quite a quantitative exercise. It involves statistical analysis. Now it normally involves an ensemble of computer-generated maps, whereby those computer-generated maps are compared against the proposed map, and using past election data and various measures of partisan fairness. The analysis, I suppose, is quite statistical. And so there's a set of quantitative skills that I think that the CRC, the Citizen Redistricting Committee, needs to have under its belt in order to pull that off, or at least to be able to understand what a contractor is doing when evaluating the proposed maps for measures of partisan fairness. So demographic skills, legal skills, quantitative skills, and then finally, just some kind of experience with redistricting in New Mexico. It's always good to have a sense of practically what it is that you're doing. And so that set of 4 skills is kind of what I was looking for in the resumes and in the applications. And at the same time, as the statute requires, giving due regard to New Mexico's cultural and geographic diversity. And so applying that, that kind of framework to the 27 eligible applications, I propose for you the seven applicants to interview after you've interviewed and made a decision about the chair. Last, Chair and Commissioners, over the past few days, the Commission received several requests for the application materials and the resumes of the 69 applicants. Sonny, who's the Commission's records custodian, has informed me that he's now completed productions of all of those requests. And in fact, I think he had them finished by about 4 p.m. yesterday. It was a lot of Sunny's work over the past few days to respond to all of the requests that we received, and we received them and understood them as IPRA requests, and we are well within the kind of framework of IPRA in responding to those records requests. On the commission's website and the application form, we made the applicants aware that their application materials are public records and therefore would be subject to disclosure in response to a public records request. I will say that I also received calls from a legislator, and Commissioner Bluestone also made a request in this regard to put the application materials up online on the commission's website, at least for the applicants who submitted or who rather are being interviewed later today. I chose not to do that because I thought it would be unfair to the applicants. We didn't warn them that their application materials and their resumes would be posted on the website for the world to see forever. But they are public records and they are subject to IPRA requests. And so I thought that it was just a balance between the values of transparency and basic fairness to the New Mexicans who applied for this committee to make their information available subject to an IPRA request, but not to post it on the commission's website so that it's on the internet forever. And yeah, that just reflects there's a difference between a document being a public record and it having to be on our website. So that was the decision there, and that's the update on the records request for these materials. And as I've mentioned, Sunny has done a great job in producing all of the records that were responsive to the IPRA requests.
Jeremy, can I ask a question?
Please.
IPRA, as I recall, says that an agency which is responding to an IPRA request can charge a reasonable amount of money in responding. Is the Ethics Commission charging money to respond to IPRA requests?
No, sir.
Thank you.
So with that, Chair and Commissioners,
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, sorry, Jeremy. Can you share with us the names of some of the individuals who asked for the information?
Sure. That's also public record. The four persons who have requested either all of the application materials from all 69 applicants or just those from the 7 interviewees later this morning are Carol Miller, who was an applicant for one of the 2 declined to state positions, and you'll remember that she also applied for the State Ethics Commission appointment. So some of you have met her in the past. Representative Damon Eli, John Daniels, a member of the committee for civic policy, or Sunny, you might have to correct me on the name of that organization.
Center for Civic Policy.
Center for Civic Policy, thank you. And then finally, Dan McKay of the Albuquerque Journal.
Thank you.
Chair, if there are no other questions, what remains is just a quick overview of the selection. So with respect to the 2 retired justices, you'll just conduct an interview, and then after the 2 justices have interviewed, you'll make that selection by motion. And then with respect to the 7 applicants that you'll interview for the 2 declined to state or minor party positions, and they are all independent declined to state New Mexico voters. After you've completed the interviews, I just ask that you fill out the voting form that's in your application, or that's in your materials packet, and email that to me, or you can also just simply call me with your votes, and I'll tabulate up the votes and as described in the memo about this topic, which is also part of the public meeting materials. The two applicants with the lowest scores will be appointed to the CRC. And if there's a three-way tie for first or a two-way tie for second, as the commission decided in its April meeting, the tie breaking will be done by motion. And Chair, you have a proposed set of interview questions for each of the applicants, and if that's to your satisfaction, you can proceed with that. If you want to add any questions to that list, now's probably the time to do so. And that's all I have in the way of introduction and orientation to this morning's interviews and selection.
Jeremy, I have a question.
Yeah, let's go through here. Okay, relative to the question, I want to go through with everybody. Francis, you go first. We'll go in reverse order. You always are last. We're going to make you first this time.
Okay, well, my question is, for those people who applied and didn't get selected, do they have some sort of appeal process for them?
Chair and Commissioner Williams, no, ma'am. This is the appointments will be made this morning by the selection procedure that the commission adopted at its April 2nd meeting. There's no other state agency that reviews the State Ethics Commission's appointments here, so there's no agency to make an appeal. It's the commission's procedure and the commission's decision.
Okay. Commissioner Villanueva, do you have any questions before we proceed?
One quick one, please. Were you able to reach Ms. Blancett? Will she be joining us today in an interview?
Chair and Commissioner Villanueva, yes, ma'am. We were able to reach Ms. Blancett in the end, and I believe she's here. I'd have to scroll through our attendees, but yes, she is. She is here.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Solomon, do you have any questions before we begin?
I was just wondering, Jeremy, thank you, Mr. Chairman, by the way, regarding the ethnicity of individuals that might have applied. Did you develop any kind of profile or numbers relative to that?
Chair and Commissioner Solomon, we did not collect information about the ethnicity of the applicants. The only information that we had indicative of that would have just their names.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Carruthers, anything before we begin?
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Bluestone?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify also as a preliminary matter that we agreed that in these uniform questions that we're going to ask, that we had decided it was best to just have one commissioner ask all of the questions of each applicant. And that's just a procedure that we adopted. And I just wanted to confirm that that was one of the policies we'll be following today.
Correct. So Commissioner A will ask all the questions of the first applicant, Commissioner B, Commissioner C. Yes. Yep. Thank you, Stuart. And of course, last but not least, Commissioner Baker.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that the candidates have each had an opportunity to review the questions we'll be asking.
Chair and Commissioner Baker, yes, sir. I spoke with each of the applicants over the phone, except for Ms. Blancett, but Sunny was able to reach her yesterday. Everyone has been informed that the interview questions were available online with the posting of the agenda and the meeting materials. A few of the applicants for the two declined to state positions, remarked, especially the ones that were going first in the order of 7, that the applicants that were going later would have an opportunity to hear their answers and perhaps refine their answers in light of what had come before. That I think is just an unfortunate consequence of conducting these interviews over Zoom webinar platform. We're restricted in our ability to kind of gatekeep there. But I think that there's not a real significant unfairness that's created there, because each of those seven applicants are going to have the opportunity to hear Justice Chavez and Justice V. Hill deliver, very thoughtful responses to the same set of interview questions. And so hopefully by making the selection of the chair first, that will mitigate any unfairness that would be caused to the first applicants in the line of seven for the two declined to state positions.
Chairman Lang,
Yes,
can I ask one more question?
sure.
When these applicants are being interviewed, will everybody be in the same room, or will they be in a separate room and we interview them individually by themselves without the other applicants being present?
So Chair and Commissioner Williams, that's a good question. When it's time for an applicant to be interviewed, Walker, who's the MC, is going to promote them from the attendee list into the panelist list. And so they'll appear on the screen right here with us. And so you'll see them and interview them. And after their interview is over, we'll demote them to the attendee list and promote the next person to a panelist. It's an open interview. The whole world can see it, and the other applicants can see it. We won't be going to a breakout room, and indeed we can't. Under the Open Meetings Act, this is a public and open meeting, and there's no exception to the requirements of that act that would allow the commission to conduct these interviews in closed session.
And also,
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
well, and also, am I understanding, or maybe I don't understand, that one commissioner will ask all the questions?
Chair and Commissioner Williams, from what I understand from Commissioner Bluestone and the chair, is that the seven of you will rotate, and one of you will ask all the questions of the first applicant, and the next ethics commissioner will ask all the questions of the next applicant, and so on. So everyone will have a chance to ask questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
is there any time limits to the interview? Is there an expectation that they stay within a particular time?
I'm unaware of anything. I would always reserve the right, as I did on the bench, to give people a 30-second or a 1-minute warning. I think it's up to them to figure that out, but I don't know that we have any temporal guidelines, do we? Well, perhaps just that. They are guidelines, but they're not absolute. That's my understanding, Jeremy. That's where we have it set up. I don't think we can put a time limit on it.
Chair and Commissioner Carruthers, the expectation is that you make these selections in the morning meeting, which runs from 8 to noon.
It's going to be helpful. Well, I would concur that the judge ought to, in his role as chair, encourage people to move along if they tend to be rambling quite a bit.
I'm happy to do that, Governor. All right, ready to, yes, Commissioner.
I just have a comment. I would just like to congratulate you all on your recruiting efforts. I noted that the applicant pool was a good geographic representation of the state, and that was done in a very short period of time. So I think you did a really good job.
Thank you, Judy. All right, we're ready to go. So the first order of business is the selection of a chair, and on my agenda it shows that retired Justice Chavez is our first interviewee. So Walker, if you want to move him into the seat.
Good morning.
Good
Morning,
morning.
Justice Chavez. How are you?
Morning.
I'm doing great, Mr.
Good.
Chair. I like you're up early at the beach. It's nice to see.
I am. That's in your honor, Your Honor. So let's go ahead and start. Commissioner Baker, we will go alphabetically, and I will give you the honor of being the first questioner.
All right, thank you, Judge. And good morning, Justice Chavez.
Good morning, Commissioner Baker.
Opportunity to look at the questions we're going to be asking each of the candidates.
Yes, sir. Jeremy sent them to me via email, and I am in Breckenridge with 8 of my grandkids. So I'm playing a lot, but I did look at the questions and did give it some thought.
All right, well, thank you. The first question, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yes, sir. I am a native New Mexican, educated in the public school system of New Mexico. My conscience was shaped largely by working on small family ranches before I went to college. And it was a great opportunity because I learned that your word is your bond, that deals could be made on a handshake. And if your neighbors needed help, you give them the help. I was educated at Eastern New Mexico University. Spent 4 years of my life there and obtained a Bachelor's of Business Administration degree. Applied to UNM Law School, was fortunately accepted, graduated in 1981. Practiced law, representing the University of New Mexico for a period of time. I also largely did plaintiff's trial work, and a lot of products liability work was the emphasis of my practice. I was appointed to the New Mexico Supreme Court by Governor Bill Richardson, 2003, served for 15 years. Almost 4 years of the 15, I served as the Chief Justice. I've chaired a number of commissions, boards, as a lawyer and also as a justice on the Supreme Court. I've written over 200 opinions as the majority author. Also have some dissents and special concurrences that I filed, and the most relevant one is Maestas versus Hall, which was the 2011 House redistricting case. And I wrote that case after retiring. I've been retired for 3 years, but I've tried to give back to the community. I believe in being active in our democracy, and I represented HSD for a year. My goal was to try to resolve the longstanding behavioral health litigation and also a longstanding litigation with Human Services brought on by the Center of Law and Poverty. I was successful in resolving all of the litigation with the behavioral health groups, and I helped to develop a corrective action plan that was approved by the federal judge that hopefully, if it is completed by HSD, it will end a 30+ year litigation. And I'm also a hearing officer for the Ethics Commission. I am chairing the Sentencing Commission. This next year will involve a redrafting of the criminal code in New Mexico. So that will be a lot of work. And I was recently appointed to be vice chair to serve as chair after the current chair's term expires for the Judicial Performance Evaluation Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you. The second question, describe your familiarity with redistricting.
Back in 2011, the House redistricting was appealed to the New Mexico Supreme Court. I read the entire record myself of that, did the research, read the briefs, did my own independent research, was assigned authorship of that opinion, so became familiar with the law as it existed at that time. We remanded to the district court to actually take a look at partisan fairness, and which he did so. The House plan, I thought, ultimately was successful in that both parties have had in the last decade control of the state house. So I do think that it was useful. I learned a lot from that experience. I recently co-chaired with Judge Rod Kennedy a New Mexico First Redistricting Task Force, and that's actually the task force that came up with the concept of an independent citizens redistricting commission. I helped draft the legislation, attended every hearing on it. The task force actually heard from a lot of experts, both national and local, on a number of issues directly related to redistricting. So I had the opportunity to learn from those who have expertise in that area.
Thank you.
The third question, what are the most important values that should guide the CRC's work?
I would say that the overriding value is transparency. We want the public to participate, and we want them to understand that their participation has been taken into consideration. But as far as values, I think that there are 3 I's that I think apply. 1 is industry, 2, impartiality, and 3, integrity. Industry, because this is going to be a tremendous amount of work over the space of 4 or 5 months. And it's very important for people to understand that it's not just attending meetings and voting, but it's doing the work to acquaint yourself, to be able to ask the right questions of the experts who assist the committee, and to understand the public input. I think impartiality is key, because no matter what, we all have our own interests in our democracy. You're going to have Democrats, Republicans, independents, or decline to state involved. And of course, it's very important for them to be objective in their evaluation of redistricting plans and the drawing of redistricting plans. So that's important. Integrity, I say, because you have to have the integrity to tell people who might want to encourage how you vote on the committee that that's unacceptable. I don't think there should be any ex parte communications with any legislators. I think you need to do your job and make an honest assessment of what you believe is in the best interest of the voters of New Mexico.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 4, in your view, what would characterize as fair districting plans for New Mexico's congressional delegation and legislative bodies?
I read that question, and frankly, fairness could be very subjective, but I think strict adherence to the process is going to be key to developing fair districting maps. And for once, we have laws that set forth pretty rigorous standards that the committee is going to have to follow. And I think having to follow those standards will result in a fair maps. Fairness, I think, can be dictated by procedure. In fact, I think that the difference between the rule of law and rule of whim is procedure. So I would say that adherence to procedure is going to result in fair maps. It's critically important that we invite the public to participate. We give them a full and fair opportunity to participate. I would say that also, as we propose maps, if I were chair, I would encourage the committee to not only propose a map, but to explain the rationale for the map. After you've received public input on communities of interest, et cetera, I think it's very important for the committee to propose maps and explain why the maps adopted certain communities of interest, perhaps rejected others, so that they understand the rationale behind the committee proposing the maps. And ultimately, I do think that it's the evaluations that will go to the legislature once the maps are adopted will be very important as well. It's complicated, I think, because we don't look at partisan data. I'm in full agreement with that, because it's important that that the committee not draw maps to favor a political party or to favor an incumbent. And I think an honest and complete evaluation will inform not only the public, but the legislators.
Thank you.
Number 5, given your experience, skills, and education, how will you assist the CRC in achieving its statutory mission?
I've had a lot of experience with a lot of different boards and commissions that have a variety of stakeholders on them and with different perspectives. Criminal justice reform in New Mexico is very complicated. You have a lot of competing interests, but I've had all of the stakeholders at the table, and I've helped mold consensus, not necessarily build consensus, but everybody has a legitimate perspective that needs to be considered objectively. A leader that can act like a sieve and sift through objectively what others have to say and try to mold that consensus is important. I believe that I've demonstrated that even since my retirement with criminal justice reform and pretrial detention procedures that the Supreme Court has adopted.
Thank you.
Number
Justice.
6, members' work on the CRC will be time intensive. The committee must hold more than a dozen public meetings across the state from August through October. Schedule will allow you to attend these meetings and fully participate in the CRC's work.
The answer is yes. I cannot tell you that it will receive my undivided attention because I do have other volunteer activities that I will undertake. But I can assure you that if I am selected, that I will give it the time and attention that it deserves.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Chavez.
Thank you.
Okay. Be well.
Thank you.
Jeremy? Or Walker, I guess. It's your turn. Good morning, Justice Vigil.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commission members.
Morning.
If I may, Justice Vigil, just for clarification, you are still a member of the court and will be until the end of this month, correct?
That is correct, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. I plan to step down from the New Mexico Supreme Court effective June 30th.
Thank you. And with that clarification, Commissioner Bluestone, you may begin the question.
Thank you. Good morning, Justice. It's good to see you.
Good morning.
And thank you for applying. Congratulations on your retirement. And thank you for all your wonderful service to New Mexico. We're going to go through the same set of questions. Each commissioner is asking an applicant these questions. So I'm going through seriatim, the ones that have been sent to you for review already. And if you could begin by please just telling us a little bit about yourself.
Thank you, Commissioner Bluestone and members of the commission. Before I tell you a little about myself, I'd like to just thank you for your service on the commission. This is important work, as well as your staff, particularly Jeremy Ferris, who has been very helpful to me in this process. When I learned about this important process and role, I knew it was the way that I wanted to continue to serve New Mexico beyond my tenure on the New Mexico Supreme Court. And following June 30th, I will have the capacity to devote the necessary time and attention to this important process. A little about myself. I was born and raised in New Mexico. My connections to the state run far and deep. I grew up in Santa Fe, and I come from a family with 6 children, and I have 4 sisters. I attended and graduated from St. Catherine's Indian School, a boarding school in Santa Fe. I attended New Mexico State University and have a bachelor's degree in accounting. From there, I chose to become a lawyer because I wanted to serve people in New Mexico. And I was fortunate to attend University of New Mexico School of Law, and I graduated in 1985. I began my legal career in Las Cruces, where I joined a law firm, and I represented people in the community, ranchers, farmers in southern New Mexico in a variety of civil matters. In those days, a young associate would be assigned to represent indigent people who had been accused of abuse and neglect of their children. And I was assigned those cases. That piqued my interest in children's law. In 1989, I decided to return to Santa Fe, my hometown. I joined the Attorney General's office, worked under Attorney General Hal Stratton at the time. And then I moved and worked at Risk Management Division, the newly formed legal division of risk management. I then opened my own law office. And at that time, I served a broad spectrum of the community in northern New Mexico in general civil matters, from civil rights work to employment litigation to a variety of issues. I also continue to be involved in children's law, where I served as guardian ad litem in child abuse cases. When a judicial position in the First Judicial District Court opened up in 2000, I tossed my name in the hat and I was appointed by Governor Gary Johnson. I then stood for election in a contested race and was elected to the seat. I served on the First Judicial District Court and primarily presided over family and children's court cases for approximately a decade. When then Judge Jim Hall retired, I took on the civil docket in the First Judicial District, and I presided over the civil docket for approximately 2 years. During that time, I served as Chief Judge of the First Judicial District Court. I wanted to evolve and expand my service to the state of New Mexico. So when there was a vacancy on the New Mexico Supreme Court in 2012, I ran for the open seat and was elected. I have served on the New Mexico Supreme Court for the past 9 years. I served as Associate Justice. I became Chief Justice within 2 years of joining the court. I served as Chief Justice, and I currently hold the role as Senior Justice on the New Mexico Supreme Court. I am proud that I've devoted the last 21 years to serving the people of New Mexico in the judiciary. And I'm proud of the work that I have accomplished in ensuring that the court processes and procedures in our system in the third branch of government improve the lives of children and families and litigants. I have served on dozens of boards and commissions. I've chaired a number of important groups and commissions, both as a lawyer, as a judge, and as a justice. I am honored to point out a few things. I served on the Tribal State Judicial Consortium for decades, and I'm proud to say I've worked side by side with our tribal communities to develop relationships and consistent procedures between our tribal courts and our state courts. On a personal note, I enjoy working closely with ranchers in northern New Mexico, where my sisters and I have embarked on continuing our family legacy of raising cattle on federal land in the high mountains of northern New Mexico. I also have a keen interest in history, and I'm particularly interested in New Mexico's unique historical connection to Spain, where I have traveled for many, many years, and I am called upon on occasion to lecture at universities in Spain. I bring to you my experience as a trial court judge, where I had the obligation of considering vast amount of evidence, assessing the credibility of witnesses, and reaching a conclusion, issuing findings of fact and conclusions of law, and bringing matters of controversy to conclusion. I also offer you my experience as a justice on this court, where we have been called upon to assess and study and evaluate complex legal issues, such as redistricting, similar to redistricting, and balancing the interests and the factors, applying the law to the evidence before us. My style of leadership is firm, yet respectful, and I will bring that to the CRC. In my view, the task charged by this committee is critical, and perhaps the most important aspect of our democracy at this point in time. I'd like to just share with you that I embrace the words used by my former colleague, Justice Edward Chavez, that you just spoke to. In his opinion in Maestas versus Hall, And this really resonated with me. As he started the opinion, he wrote, "One of the most precious personal rights in a free society is the right to vote for the candidate of one's choice. The right to vote is the essence of our country's democracy, and therefore the dilution of that right strikes at the heart of a representative government," end quote. Members of the commission, I will devote all my time, energy, and my passion to leading this process. And I can assure you that the work of CRC will be transparent, fair, and thorough. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to submit my application for this important role. I believe my diverse background, my experience will contribute to this role. And I am proud to have lived and inherited the various and lived and participated in the various communities throughout New Mexico. And I believe this diversity in experience will be critical to the specific leadership role on CRC.
Thank you, Justice Hill. Commissioner Bluestone, next question.
Thank you, Justice. The next question is, please describe your familiarity with redistricting.
Thank you, Commissioner Bluestone. Much like the work that I've performed on the trial court bench, as well as the work on the Supreme Court, I have begun and will continue to study in detail the law governing redistricting. And that would include, of course, all the existing federal and state jurisprudence, of course, the Redistricting Act, the Voting Rights Act, the federal and state, of course, Constitution, the guidelines that have been out. I've read numerous law review articles. Since being on the New Mexico Supreme Court, the decision in Maestas versus Hall was issued just before I joined the court. And I was able to study that opinion in detail, and of course, study all the publications that have come out more recently with respect to redistricting. But I've also begun to think about and examine what will be required of the CRC over the next several months. And I've begun to develop plans for calendaring the meetings through August and September. What will be required prior to that on the part of the membership of the committee? What sort of support staff, expert witnesses will be required for the committee to do its work? And I must say that will all be conducted in a manner that will ensure that our work is done in a transparent manner, in a fair manner, and thorough manner. One of the things that I think will be critical of the CRC is to ensure that the technology is such that the public may participate in a meaningful way in all hearings, be able to monitor the work of the committee as this process moves forward. That will take some time and focus and prep work prior to the actual open meetings that we will conduct to receive information from the public and communities of interest. So while I don't have specific redistricting experience, I do appreciate the complexity of the issue, and I stand ready to devote all of my time after July 1st in ensuring that the work of the committee moves forward in an expeditious manner and in an appropriate manner as contemplated by the law.
Thank you. Commissioner Bluestone?
Thank you, Glenn. Justice Veal, what are the most important values that you believe should guide the CRC's work?
The most important values that I believe that should guide the CRC's work is transparency. I also think that it should be fair to the voter, fair to the participants, and thorough. Those are the three most important values that I think should guide. and govern the work of the committee. With respect to transparency, as I've touched on, it will be imperative that the work of the committee be conducted in a manner that will enable the public, the voter, interested groups to monitor and to view what the committee is being presented with. In that vein, I would urge that the members refrain from ex parte influence in this process. That may be required under rules of procedure to ensure that our rules of procedure are adequate to ensure that the work of the committee is governed by a process that everyone knows is fair. With respect to fairness, same thing goes to that process, making sure that we enable the public to participate in a meaningful way, that we duly consider all the relevant data and evidence that we must consider in this important task. And finally, thoroughness. There is going to be an enormous amount of work in this role. And I recognize that, and I will be available. It will be my priority over the next 6 months to ensure that everything the CRC does is done in a thorough and competent manner. So those are the 3 values that, as chair, I would bring to the committee.
Thank you. Commissioner Bluestone?
Thank you again. Justice, in your view, what would characterize as fair redistricting plans for New Mexico's congressional delegation and legislative bodies?
Fair districting plans would comply with the 9 requirements and prohibitions in Section 8A of the Redistricting Act, and then ensure that the committee complies with Section 8, subparagraph C of the Act. The process, as I previously described, having the values, the processes, the procedures will enable the committee to ensure that the plans that are presented, that it adopts and presents to the legislature, meet the criteria under the law as the legislature has set forth in Section 8A and Section 8C. This process should not be subject to ex parte influence, and nor should it be considered a closed process. Again, back to the values of transparency, thoroughness, and so forth. So I believe fair plans obviously must meet the criteria in the Redistricting Act, and of course, comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act, as well as the federal and state constitution and the jurisprudence interpreting those bodies of law, those statutes and constitutions. So, and as well as I believe that the plans that we present to the legislature at the end of October shall be thoroughly evaluated and explained to the public the rationale behind each of the plans that we present. If we go through that process, the product that we deliver, in my view, would be fair redistricting plans, fair to the voters of New Mexico.
Thank you. Just Commissioner Bluestone?
Thank you again. And Justice, given your experiences, skills, and education, how would you assist the CRC in achieving its statutory mission?
I've shared with you a little bit about my background. I believe my diverse background, my skills as a jurist, my experience as a leader in a multitude of commissions and boards, and bringing together groups with differing viewpoints and leading in a firm but respectful manner is what I will bring to this process. With 36 years of legal experience as a lawyer, as a trial judge, where I had to consider the evidence and reach a decision of matters of controversy and so forth, as well as my experience on the New Mexico Supreme Court, where I have had to study very complex legal issues similar to that of redistricting. I offer that to the committee, to the commission, and I'm available July 1st to devote my time to this important process.
Thank you. Commissioner Bluestone?
Thank you. And I know you've already answered this, but the last question is, members' work on the CRC will be time intensive. The committee must hold more than a dozen public meetings across the state from August through October. Does your schedule allow you to attend these meetings and fully participate in the CRC's work?
Yes, there is only 1 week in September where I've committed to a family matter. My stepdaughter is getting married, and I'd like to focus on that and not be pulled to this cause during a few days during the first week of September. But that is the only time that will interfere, if you will, in this process. So other than that, my time is yours.
Thank you very much, Justice Vigil, and bon voyage on your retirement. Thanks for your service.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Governor, and members of the commission for all you do in your work on this commission. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Jeremy?
So, Chair and members of the commission, you've received the two justice application materials. You've heard their interviews, and now it's time for a decision. And because there's only two, that can be done by motion, and I'll leave it to you.
All right. As is typical with motions, I'm seeking a motion in a second.
I will move to select Justice Ed Chavez as chair of the Citizen Redistricting Committee.
I will second.
Okay. There's been a motion in a second. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, just a comment. Both these people are very talented. Either one of them could do a fantastic job. I would suggest that Justice Chavez's experience in redistricting probably weighs to his benefit in this election.
Thank you, Commissioner Carruthers. Any other commissioners? Any other discussion?
Well, just Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, Justice Vigil's background and experience and overall, I guess her socioeconomic kind of view on the state, greatly influenced me. So I appreciate her background, but I agree that with Justice Chavez's recent experience in redistricting, that it just puts him a step ahead in this process, at least in my mind, for purposes of carrying out this mission, which has a very short time frame. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
I simply want to concur with those comments of both Governor Carruthers and Ron Solomon. I think we're very lucky to get these two qualified applicants to be chair. And I simply think that the more direct involvement of Justice Chavez in redistricting tips the scale his way, but I would be fine with either one of them. I think the state is fortunate to have had them apply.
Thank you, Commissioner Bluestone. Anyone else? All right, there's a motion in a second to select retired Justice Chavez as the chair. I'll do a roll call vote because I think that's appropriate and called for here. Commissioner Baker?
Yes.
Commissioner Bluestone?
Yes.
Commissioner Carruthers?
Yes.
Commissioner, I've lost my alphabetization here. Who's next?
Yes.
I know this. Thank you, Commissioner Solomon. I knew it jumps a whole bunch in the alphabet and that throws me. Commissioner Solomon votes yes. Commissioner Villanueva? Commissioner Villanueva.
Yes.
Thank you, Judy. Commissioner
Sorry.
Williams.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair votes yes as well. The motion carries unanimously. Retired Justice Edward L. Chavez is the new chair of the committee, Citizens Redistricting Committee. Thank you. Before we head into the next section, the chair proposes a 5-minute break. Anybody that needs to do anything that can take 5 minutes or less, please do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tori?
So Governor, do you like the fact that our voting is done by the golf scoring system? The lowest score wins?
Yeah, that's always been attractive to me.
Let's hope it works out better in this process than it does on the golf course, right, Gov?
Yeah, that's really true.
Okay,
The voting is changing. We use a different voting system down here, a very similar voting system. I can't recall what they call it now. But
ranked choice,
it's called what?
ranked choice.
Ranked choice. Yeah, and so that's become, I think the city council and the mayor are elected on that basis down here.
Mhm. Everybody ready? I'm gonna ask for the monitors to let us know if we're ready to go. All right.
Excuse me, Chair, I'm sorry, I was muted. I have a question just for my own clarification. So Justice Chavez will serve as the chair of the whole redistricting committee, is that correct?
That is
Those that
correct.
we select and, I beg pardon. Yes, he will?
He will.
Yeah, okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Commissioner Solomon, you got your stage voice ready?
I do. Thank you.
Okay. So Sonny Walker or whomever.
Walker, if you could promote Miss Lisa Beta.
Is a beta. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Abeta.
Good morning.
Thank you for your interest in serving on the Citizen Redistricting Committee. We appreciate your interest very much. We have about 6 questions, and I'll take them one by one. First of all, would you be so kind as to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, I actually was born in New Mexico. When I was 10, my dad's entire unit at Kirtland was transferred to Wright Pat in Ohio. So I did spend my school years in Ohio visiting New Mexico every year. And at the first chance we got, we moved back. And I've been here ever since. I spent my early childhood doing whatever kind of work I could. I've always been a bit of an entrepreneur, even when I was little. Started my first business at 10. By the time I was 16, I wanted to have a real job and started working in retail. And by the time I was 17, I was managing a retail store and finished high school, going to class in the morning and then running a store in the afternoons. When I went to college to be a special ed teacher and ended up moving out to New Mexico and getting married in the early 80s, and was a stay-at-home mom for about 15 years. And I was one of those moms who invented PTA committees because I was involved and wanted to have the very best impact, not just for my own kids, but for the entire school. I did have the privilege of sitting on the redistricting committee for APS when North Star Elementary School was added to the district. And so I'm familiar with that. And then with that background, I thought I was perfectly fit to launch a tech startup. And in 2009, I launched App City Life here in New Mexico and became one of very few women in the United States to raise over $1 million in venture capital. So I am very clear how where you live and what district you're in can change the access to support that you have. And I've been very, very grateful to be able to build a company in New Mexico. It was my greatest sadness that the company that we built died during COVID. The acquisition that we had negotiated and gained our final approval on during the first week of March of 2020, completely dissolved during the second week of March of 2020, because the financial outlook for the institution that was going to acquire us changed significantly. Because my company built tools like mobile apps and voice assistants that were used by citizens for easier access to information like transit apps, the Roadrunner Food Bank, we created that app. We volunteered to keep the company alive for another year so that the clients that we had could continue to use those tools during the pandemic, when it was so important for citizens to be able to have remote access. Since then, I've launched a consulting firm, and I provide consulting services and writing services to both nonprofits, publications, and to startups. And I guess that's probably about it.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that introduction. Could you describe your familiarity with redistricting?
When it comes to the voting redistricting, I don't have any experience in that other than what I've witnessed and watched and researched on my own. But I did sit on the committee to provide the redistricting recommendations to APS for North Star Elementary School when it was launched back in early 2000s. So I was able to witness what that process is like, why it absolutely must be an open process, why it must be possible for anyone who is concerned to have access to their voice being heard in some way, and that there needs to be a deep level of respect about the differences of opinions and backgrounds that come to that process. And when those things can be shared openly, then the outcome can serve everyone in a better way.
Thank you very much. What are the most important values that should guide the CRC's work?
I would echo what we have already heard from the very articulate responses that came previous to me about transparency and ethics being the thing that drive us. But I would also say that there needs to be a very conscious awareness of respect, especially since there will be so many meetings that will be required attendance from people throughout the state with varied backgrounds and varied barriers to access, that it is incredibly important to have respect for things that we do not understand or have not experienced ourselves, so that we have an open mind that we can bring back to the committee so that those are then embedded in the decisions that the committee makes.
Thank you very much. In your view, what would characterize as fair districting plans for New Mexico's congressional delegation and legislative bodies?
I believe that the laws that are in place will provide the committee with a minimum standard of fairness, because those have been very thoughtfully put into place. And so I believe that it is imperative that those things are taken into consideration and made sure that whatever plan is decided upon complies with those. But above that, I do believe that it is an imperative of the committee to consider the detrimental impact of those who may face the greatest detriment from whatever decision is being made, and take that into consideration in the final decisions.
Thank you once again. Given your experience, your skills, and education, how will you assist the CRC in achieving its statutory mission?
I believe that each of us, whoever is chosen, will be able to bring insight to the committee. And I'm quite impressed with the group of people that you have selected for interviews today. Because I have a background of running a company, a startup, I have dealt with people at all levels of both the socioeconomic status, from different backgrounds as far as race and gender, because our apps needed to serve everyone within a community. And I have experience in bringing all of those considerations to the table when we are working with government clients to make sure that those are implemented in what we've done. And I can bring that same experience to a committee. Beyond that, I also believe that because I have had such a varied background of being from a stay-at-home mom to a CEO who served businesses and clients in 3 countries, I bring a background of understanding of the impact that there will be from different points of view. I don't believe that I have all of them. I believe that's why we have a committee. But I do believe that I have some unique perspectives that would be of value.
Thank you, Ms. Abeyta. And finally, the last question is, members' work on the CRC will be very time intensive. The committee must hold more than a dozen meetings across the state from August through October. Does your schedule allow you to attend these meetings and fully participate in the CRC's work?
Yes, it does. And I would say that after running a startup, almost any other obligation is a vacation.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you so much for taking time to go through the interview process and for your application.
Thank you for considering me.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Thank you. Okay. Walker, the next applicant is Mr. Applewhite. So if you'll make the appropriate movements.
Are we ready to go?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Good morning. And Commissioner Carruthers, you're so shy and retiring, I skipped over you on the last time. It was your turn to question.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, it's not the first time I've been skipped over.
No, and I deeply apologize for that.
Well, why don't you go ahead? Judy started this one. I'll pick up later on.
Okay.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Applewhite. How are you?
I'm very well, Commissioner Villanueva. It's wonderful to be with you.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your application. I'm going to assume that you saw the six questions that I'll be asking you today. So let's start a little bit. Let's start with you telling us a little bit about yourself.
Sure, I've prepared answers to all 6 questions. I also had a 1-minute long introductory statement, which I'd be happy to skip if you'd prefer.
We might. I think for the purpose of what we're doing, we'll stay with the 6 questions.
Just for procedural consistency. Yeah. I knew I was home when I first came here 50 years ago as a muddled young man. It wasn't just the big sky. It was the big-hearted people and their extraordinary diversity. It was millennia of history. Shoeing horses and large animal veterinary technician were my first trades. When my back gave out, I took up business. I started a few tiny enterprises and eventually some larger ones. Several of them are still around. The largest business I co-founded was in the information technology sector. It's now a national company with offices in 6 states, including a significant operation in Albuquerque. My last job was as chief financial analyst for the New Mexico Finance Authority. When I got tired of being in a world where success was measured in dollars, I switched to the nonprofit sector. I was recruited by the McCune Foundation to be the inaugural CEO of its $14 million community development venture capital fund. I was elected to the Board of Education in Santa Fe and served a term as its president. I co-chaired the City of Santa Fe's first affordable housing task force and also chaired a grassroots community organization called Bonds, Build Our Neighborhoods Decent Schools, which organized a campaign to reintroduce a failed school bond effort. We got it passed. I've been involved in numerous economic development activities, including several years on the executive board of Santa Fe Economic Development, where I also served a term as president. I've served on many other nonprofit boards, and I maintain an active life as a volunteer. These days, distributing food for food banks in Espanola and Santa Fe. When I think of all the adventures I've had, I can't believe I'm only 70 years old. But by far, my greatest good fortune comes from my family. This year will be Dinah and my 40th anniversary. Our 3 kids are healthy and lead wonderful lives. Our 5 grandchildren are, of course, perfect. I have so much to be grateful for.
Thank you, Mr. Applewhite. Can you describe your familiarity and redistricting for us?
I apologize for the length of my answer to this question on your application. Compiling that narrative confronted me with a certainty that I am a dyed-in-the-wool redistricting nerd. I can't help it. I love data and I adore maps. I should look for a support group. For the public record, let me state that I've been actively involved in every independent redistricting legislative effort in New Mexico since 2012 and have provided testimony at the few hearings that have been held on this matter. I was actively involved with the good government groups that provided the impetus for the creation of the act. As part of that, I kept abreast of the work of the redistricting task force convened by New Mexico First and the legislation resulting from that excellent work. I should also disclose that gerrymandering was the primary motivating force behind my unsuccessful attempt to become the first person in our history to have the honor of serving in our legislature who was not a member of a party. Prior to 2011, House District 50 was a perfect depiction of a community of interest. Its boundary was the Estancia Basin, an important and historic aquifer. It was a compact center of the state farm and ranch district and also the home of the Democratic King power base. In 2011, its 2 largest cities, Moriarty and Edgewood, were each split in 2. Most of the Estancia Basin was extracted and 4,500 voters were added in suburban Belen on the other side of a roadless mountain range. A majority of the displaced voters were traditionally conservative. They were replaced by suburban Santa Feans, many of whom had never heard of the Estancia Basin, but who were disproportionately loyal Democrats. District 50 became forever blue, and the voices of many of its historic voters were muted. A lot has changed since I first developed an interest in this work. Technological advances in map-making software have been breathtaking. Reconfigurations that used to take hours now take seconds. Most importantly, from my standpoint, there are an array of open software options that democratize these data, eliminating licensing fees and allowing people without geographic and demographic expertise to create decent base maps after just a few hours of study. Professionals like research and polling are still indispensable, but it's very exciting to me that for the first time, the work of the Citizen Committee can be informed by people with deep location-specific expertise, members of a Osage Association, tribal citizens, land grant heirs, soil and grazing experts can have an unparalleled and much needed role in boundary setting. Thank goodness the Act prohibits the use of partisan data with narrow exception. Otherwise, these tools could be used to create exquisitely precise unfair maps designed to increase political advantage. What's also changed is the amount of interest in this work. A decade ago, gerrymandering was a backwater word primarily used by wonks. Today, it is a topic of considerable national interest. What's remarkable is that even in these horribly polarized times, there is almost universal consensus that distorted maps injure the public good. Many experts point to gerrymandering as the central element in why so many citizens are alienated from their democracy and think it is rigged. When politicians pick their voters, They're right.
Thank you. Commissioner Villanueva?
Thank you so much. What are the most important values that should guide the CRC's work?
Federal requirements, predominantly the Voting Rights Act, must be enforced. All elements of Section 8 of the Act must be complied with, but some of those elements are purposely imprecise. For example, the term "to the extent feasible" is used twice in this section. Likewise, terms "as equal in population as practicable" and "substantially equal" are also used. These terms give the Commission some latitude, and that is where judgment is vital and where the real work of the Commission will lie. The question asks about fairness. To me, the overarching one is fairness. The Commission should attempt to give every voter an equal voice and to disenfranchise no one. The work of this Commission can be restorative if it produces the best maps possible and then ensures that they aren't tinkered with. New Mexicans will feel heard. More of them will vote. More of them will participate. Healing the divides in our democracy is extremely hard work and will take both goodwill and time. It's possible that the Commission can play an important role in beginning this process.
Thank you.
Thank you. In your view, what would characterize as fair districting plans for New Mexico's congressional delegation and legislative bodies?
By far, the most important criteria is communities of interest. I'm so glad that phrase appears in the Act in Section 7, 8, and 12. When folks who have a common home base are divided into different jurisdictions, they develop a conviction that no one cares about them. Of course, elements like compactness, natural barriers, and of course, preserving existing precincts must also be considered.
Thank you. Given your experiences, skills, and education, how will you assist the CRC in achieving its statutory mission?
This is going to be hard work in any event, but it will proceed much more productively if the commissioners are able to coalesce around a common objective and develop good working relationships. The effectiveness of the commission will be determined by its unity. I've had the fortune to serve on many public and private bodies. I've chaired a few of them. I've always worked hard to achieve consensus, particularly when I've held a minority position. If selected, I will do my best to take what I've learned and use it to achieve a common view. I also think that I can provide a voice for the fastest growing sector in our electorate, those who choose not to affiliate with a party. I am a hardcore unaligned voter who holds liberal, conservatives, and libertarian views on different topics. And for the record, I'm not anti-party. In fact, I wish there were more choices for people who seek association.
Thank you.
Your last question. Members' work on the CRC will be time intensive. The committee must hold more than a dozen public meetings across the state from August through October. Does your schedule allow you to attend these meetings and fully participate in the CRC's work?
If I'm selected to serve on the commission, I will make its work my priority and adjust other elements of my schedule accordingly. Thank you very, very much for the honor of making this presentation to you. I'm so impressed with the professionalism of the commission staff and the fairness of the way this whole process has been conducted. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Applewhite. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Applewhite. Okay. Electronic wizards, if you will switch out Mr. Applewhite with Ms. Ballinger. and ask her to unmute.
I've done that, Judge Lang, but
Okay.
she's unmuted. She needs to start her camera here.
Right. Mr. Carruthers, you warmed up yet?
I'm warmed up and ready to go.
All right, you're on.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Vicky, thank you very much for your interest in the Citizens Redistricting Committee. You bounced around my screen there. I had to find you for just a moment, but we're delighted that you were selected to interview for one of the two positions on the commission. Vicky, we have 6 questions we're asking every candidate. You've probably been doing those. And so I'll start off with number 1. Tell us a little about yourself.
Thank you, Commissioner Gary. I was born and raised in Michigan, but I grew up in New Mexico. I look at it that way. My grandparents came to Elephant Butte in 1970. My parents, sister, and I followed a year later when I was in 7th grade. I ended school in Truth or Consequences until the middle of my junior year when my family moved to Lordsburg, and I ended up graduating from Lordsburg High School. I'd hoped to go to college, but after high school, I ended up joining the Air Force and followed in the steps of my grandfather, my father, and my sister. My recruiter in Tucson had me complete a data processing test, which resulted in a 3-year assignment to Pentagon after high school or after tech school. I was promoted to a non-commissioned officer after making sergeant in less than 4 years. I spent 16 of the next years in data processing, including operations at the largest data center west of the Mississippi at the time, the American Express Information Processing Center in Phoenix. I returned to New Mexico in 1994. My father became ill and was involved in local government when I got a job as the local DWI program coordinator for Sierra County back in '95. And then also as the city manager's administrative assistant, he asked me to go work for him after I'd been with the city for about 5 years. Moved back to Michigan and into administrative functions in the legal field at a medium-sized law firm in Lansing for 9 years. The position was executive assistant, supported the executive director of the firm, who was an attorney, who had an attorney law firm, corporate law firm. And he was not an attorney, he was a retired Army officer. While at the firm, I joined the National Association of Legal Secretaries and became a certified legal professional and held leader positions in the organization at the local, state, and national level. I returned to Sierra County in 2019 when I was hired as the Elephant Butte City Manager, but also to grow old with lifelong friends. I have 3 children and 2 grandchildren. My grandson graduated from Deming High School last year, and my granddaughter just graduated from New Mexico State last month.
Congratulations.
Vicky, the second question is describe your familiarity with redistricting.
Yes, sir. I've reviewed Senate Bill 304. As I understand it, redistricting is required following each census. The Secretary of State makes geographical information available to the committee. And after analysis of the data, some boundaries of voting districts may need to be redrawn based on population and precincts. Plans for redistricting are developed and public meetings are held. And when the committee work is done, the product goes to the affected counties for implementation.
Thank you. Third question. What are the most important values that should guide the CRC's work?
In my view, we would require accurate data, moving decidedly from task to task, and working as a team toward the finished product, all while knowing that we are working for the people of New Mexico.
Thank you. In your view, what would characterize as fair districting plans for New Mexico's congressional delegation and legislative bodies?
The characteristic I believe we seek is to enable proper representation of the voters in each district.
Question number 5, given your experiences, skills, and education, how will you assist the CRC in achieving its statutory mission?
My experience in production, analysis, and presentation of data was my primary career for many years, and has helped me stay ahead of the changes in how data is formatted and presented so the logic can be clear. In my current role, as city manager, I have been working with schools and am developing those schools every day.
And question number 6, members' work on the CRC will be time intensive. The committee must hold more than a dozen public meetings across the state from August through October. Does your schedule allow you to attend these meetings and fully participate in the CRC's work?
I believe so. We'll be moving from the funding and paperwork phase of my job to the shovels in the ground phase on most projects by August. I've notified the city council of my interest in this process. I let them know as soon as I found my name on the list, and they know about my potential participation. I have a very committed mayor and great staff to handle the daily business of the city if I'm unavailable. So I do believe I will be able to make those commitments.
Well, thank you, Vicki, and thanks again for your interest in redistricting.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being considerate.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, if we can now, Ms. Ballinger and Ms. Blancett out. Okay. All right. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Your video is up, but you're not in it. You could drop, the top of your head is. You could just get it a little bit. There you go. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Williams, you ready?
Oh, is it my turn? I'm sorry.
It's your turn, ma'am.
Oh,
Right
it's
here.
well. Good morning, Miss Blancett. How do you pronounce your first name?
Teresa Bay.
And what do people call you?
Go by Tweety.
Twitty. Can I call you Twitty?
You can call me Tweety, yes, because everyone else does.
Thank you so much for being interested in this very important mission that we have before us today. So what I'd like to start off with is to ask you, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. I've been married for 56 years to the same man. He's a 6th generation San Juan County ranching family. And we have ranches in San Juan County as well as in the Moreno Valley in Colfax County. So I go from one ranch to the other. I'm a busy girl. I'm a grandmother, which I love being a grandmother. It's wonderful. I'm finishing up a project here at the hotel. I'm converting what was my hotel, to apartments for senior women over 60. It'll be a very secure environment, safe environment for them, and I hope it to be successful. I've owned a livestock company with my husband, where we worked on the Navajo and Hopi reservations extensively for 5 years, marketing their cattle. We've also worked very closely with the Bureau of Land Management and the oil and gas industry, not always real comfortably, to make sure that the rules and regulations governing the land and protecting the resources were followed. It has been a long and difficult struggle, but I think we made a complete and whole difference in where we were started from and where we ended up. The land, the cattle, the livestock, the wildlife, the other users on the land are better off now than when we started, in my opinion. I'm not intimidated, and I'm not afraid to speak my mind and share my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question is, describe your familiarity with redistricting.
I had a firsthand experience, and it was wonderful. And being a good businesswoman, generally, I don't go into something that I know I'm not going to be successful at. But I was a member, an officer of the Open Primaries Board in New Mexico, and we've been working for quite a few years to open primaries. And I found that in my district, District 40, it was horribly district. It was gerrymandered from start to finish. There was 70% of the voting populace of one party, and the other 30% were all the rest of the parties. So there was no way that anyone could ever win that district. And I think the history shows very clearly, since one man served in the same position for 40 years. It was a very good experience because it gave me wonderful data. It gave me wonderful meetings with people across the district. And I learned a lot, and I continued to push for open primaries as well as lack of gerrymandering in our districts. So I think that I can share all that experience with you, but Commissioner Williams, I think I'll just say that I can bring a lot to the committee when they start looking at aspects of our existing districts to form new ones.
Thank you for that response. What are the most important values that should guide the CRC's work?
That all candidates are able to enter the process and represent the people that they live, work, and would represent at Santa Fe. It's important that all candidates have a level playing field. That is not the case in New Mexico
now. In your view, what would characterize a fair districting plan for New Mexico's congressional delegation and legislative bodies?
You know, after listening to both of the judges and several of the candidates, I think there's ample people to interpret the data and keep track of the laws. I'm much more concerned about like communities having a voice. And when you redistrict them out of a representative, then you do not give them a voice. And the other thing that is just terrible is the fact that if you don't have a representative representing counties, Colfax County, Mora County, San Miguel, Union, if you don't have people representing United Counties, what you have is you have no consistency. When their elected commissions try to enact legislation that affects those communities. Because your Santa Fe elected representative is miles and miles away in a completely different community with little to no knowledge of what's happening in those broader communities with very little population. We have grocery deserts in the areas that I live in. That's just an example of one of the things, but we have projects across the board that have not been finished because the commissions in one county are not working with the commissions in the other county because the representative doesn't represent those counties. So it's very important that like communities can stay together and be grouped together when we form these new districts.
Thank you. Given your experience, skills, and education, how will you assist the CRCs in achieving its statutory mission?
Well, first, I'll follow the rules. And sometimes that's a little bit hard for me because I think about people often instead of the issues at hand, and the issues at hand instead of what the rules say we have to do. But I will make sure that the communities that have been forgotten all across our state, not just in the two areas that I have ranches in, but I will make sure that across the state, communities are heard and they're district together so they have commonality and they have a representative that hears their concerns.
And last question, members' work on the CRC will be time intensive. The committee must hold more than a dozen public meetings across the state from August through October. Does your schedule allow you to attend these meetings and fully participate in the CRC's work?
This is very important to me, and it has been for about 10 years now. I will be available.
Well, I thank you so much, and thank you for applying. It's very good to talk to you and to
Thank
people.
you.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, very much for your interest in the process. All right. Next, if you will please bring forth Mr. Fisher so we can ask him some questions not unlike the previous ones. Good morning, Mr. Fisher.
Good morning.
Mr. Fisher, I'm William Lang. I'm the chair of the State Ethics Commission, and it is my privilege to be able to ask you a few questions which you have doubtless familiarized yourself with, so this shouldn't come out of nowhere. Would you please tell us a little about yourself?
Sure. Thank you, Judge Lang. I'd like to start by thanking the commission. I have great respect for your mission and for your work. It's a pleasure of mine to be here today, so thank you very much. My wife and I moved back to New Mexico approximately 3 years ago, primarily so that our children could spend more time with and get to know their extended family. My parents are here in New Mexico. I spent a large part of my childhood growing up in New Mexico. My wife was born and raised here. In large part, thanks to her family, I've gotten to know the state, its geographical and cultural diversity, down to the fact that she has family in Las Cruces, Farmington, Grants, Espanola. So it's really given me an insight into the state and a rather in-depth one at that. In any case, we moved back here so that our children could be closer to family. And it's very important to us that they have strong relationships with their grandparents. I know for me, that was a formative experience in my life. My grandparents hail from the greatest generation. They have a commitment to community over the individual and to public service. And they imbued me with that. And when I saw the commission set up, or the committee come to light rather, I wanted to apply because it brought together the streams of service combined with our move to New Mexico and our desire to make the state better for our children and for those around us.
Thank you. And would you please describe your familiarity with redistricting?
Sure. I have familiarity as a law student, as a law clerk, as a consultant, and also as a law practitioner, both for a political and election law firm. I, at the 10th Circuit, actually handled a case dealing with an equal protection challenge to a school redistricting. As a consultant, both with respect to the election systems in Afghanistan and in Iraq, helped configure districts for the elections processes in those two countries. In doing all of that, I've become familiar with federal laws. So the Apportionment Clause, the Equal Protection Clause, the Voting Rights Act, how those come together and apply in this area. Traditional principles such as compactness, contiguousness, as well as emerging principles like not using partisan data, or how you're going to consider the location of prisoners, using their residence or where they're incarcerated to make determinations with regard to redistricting.
Thank you. What are the most important values that should guide the CRC's work?
Sure. I think the first one is integrity, personal integrity, integrity to the mission of the committee, intellectual integrity. I think openness is critical, and that's openness to new ideas in terms of how we look at redistricting, the technologies we use. Compassion is another. Compassion towards our fellow citizens' concerns, to make sure we are hearing what they have to say and incorporating that as much as practicable. Transparency is key here. As this is going to be the first committee, it's important that the public trust and have faith in what it's done. And then finally, commitment. You need the commitment of the committee members here to really deliver a strong product, so people have faith in the system going forward.
Thank you. In your view, what would characterize as fair redistricting plans for New Mexico's congressional delegation and legislative bodies?
Sure. I think it certainly has to meet the requirements of federal law and the State Redistricting Act. I think it also needs to be unbiased and nonpartisan, both in actuality, but in how it's perceived by the public. So it's very important here that the committee members are beyond reproach and that there's no appearance of impropriety, so that the public has tremendous faith in what the committee's done and what the legislature is choosing in terms of the different plans that are put in front of them. And again, that's going to go to faith and trust in this process and in how it's perceived going forward by New Mexicans.
Thank you. Given your experiences, skills, and education, how will you assist the committee in achieving its statutory mission?
Sure. I think first, I have a background that has required me to look at diverse sets of individuals, populations, and ideas, and incorporate those in achieving a common end. That's something that I've had to do throughout my professional career. Next would be implementing new programs and in environments that are tremendously complex and that require you to balance competing interests. Next would be utilizing, synthesizing large data streams to then make decisions with. I think that's going to be key here to the committee's work. Another area would be verbal and written communication. I think the latter, when it comes down to writing the evaluations that are going to be presented to the legislature, it's going to be tremendously important. And then finally, would be applying legal frameworks, and particularly those that require the balancing of competing elements or interests.
Thank you. And finally, members' work on the committee will be time intensive. Committee must hold more than a dozen public meetings across the state from August through October. Does your schedule allow you to attend these meetings and fully participate in the CRC's work?
It does, Judge. It does. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We again appreciate your time and your interest in applying for this very important position. And good day.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Next, if you will switch in Mr. Radigan in place of Mr. Fisher. Jeff, we've batted around. You're up.
Thank you. Mr. Radigan, good morning. Going to be asking you the same questions we've asked the other people who have applied. And let me begin with the first one, which is tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Good morning, Commissioner Baker, other commissioners. I'm the Robert Radigan, the Director of Geospatial and Population Studies at the University of New Mexico. And in that capacity, I serve as the New Mexico State Demographer and the liaison to the United States Census Bureau. We also conduct traffic safety research on behalf of the New Mexico Department of Transportation, and we do other research for several other state agencies. My personal background is in geography. I have a master's degree in applied geography from the University of Colorado. Over 15 years of experience in geographical information science, digital cartography, spatial analysis, and I have expertise in population data, decennial census operations, and decennial census data products. I served on Governor Lou Hong Grisham's bipartisan 2020 Census Complete Count Commission. And there I worked very closely with the two chairs of that commission in leading a statewide effort to get out the count. I also advised the local complete count committees that were established in all 33 counties, in municipalities around the state, and in all of our 22 populated tribal communities. Prior to that, I was appointed to Governor Martinez. I was appointed by Governor Martinez as New Mexico's liaison to the local update of census addresses program, which is a critical component of sort of early operation in the census to ensure that the Census Bureau has an accurate address list. You can't count a household. The Census Bureau can't count a household if they are not aware of that household and where it's located. All of these experiences, as well as my knowledge of the geographic and cultural diversity of the state of New Mexico, I think will be a great benefit to the work of the CRC. And I'll just add that when I'm not in this lovely home office you see behind me, I love exploring New Mexico by car, by foot, by bicycle, with my wife, daughter, and my dog.
Thank you. Please describe your familiarity with redistricting.
I'm very familiar with the population data that is essential for redistricting. It's safe to say I'm more familiar with these data than probably anybody in the state of New Mexico. Over the last year or so, the demographic community, myself included, have been extremely focused on the Public Law 94-171 redistricting data, which is the essential data set for redistricting that comes from the Census Bureau. Those data for the 2020 census have not been released yet, but there has been extra attention this decade because of the Census Bureau's plans for an innovative disclosure avoidance system that is going to perturb these population data in ways that nobody fully understands yet, because final decisions have not yet been made by the Census Bureau. But those decisions are going to have a profound impact on redistricting work around the country. And I am very abreast of that situation and the folks making those decisions. I'm also very familiar with the science and the art of map making. And I'm familiar with the basic redistricting and cartographic principles of equal population contiguity, compactness, and communities of interest.
Thank you. What are the most important values that should guide the CRC's work?
I think the essential values are codified in the Citizens Redistricting Act. Equal population, compliance with the Voting Rights Act, not splitting precincts. I agree with all those values in principle, and to a lesser extent, I understand the value of preserving the core of existing districts, but that's only after the other considerations have been met. I think that in a representative democracy, the voters should be choosing their legislators, not the other way around with legislators choosing their voters, which has largely become the practice here in the United States. I think that's a threat to our democracy, and it makes many elections meaningless for a majority of voters that live in these so-called safe districts. I think ultimately redistricting is a balancing act that's going to, you have to weigh competing values and interests, but that we use the best data available and established practices to limit the need for subjective decision-making. But when the CRC members must, in some cases, make those subjective decisions, I think they need to be made fairly without regard to partisanship, and that the process needs to be as transparent as possible.
Thank you. In your view, what would characterize as fair districting plans for New Mexico's congressional delegation and legislative bodies?
I think fair districting plans would be maps that were drawn after very careful consideration of input from voters and communities throughout the state of New Mexico, with a great deal of attention to process and procedure using the Citizens Redistricting Act and redistricting best practices as a compass. I think fair redistricting would see all decisions made as objectively as possible and as transparently as possible. And I think a good measure for this will be that once the maps are drawn, that neither major party will be completely happy with the results. I think that would be a good indication of fair plans.
Thank you. Given your experience, skills, and education, how will you assist the CRC in achieving its statutory mission?
The most important contribution I can bring to the CRC is my expertise in the Public Law 94-171 redistricting data and the other population data that may be needed to supplement those in the redistricting process. I think I have a unique ability to understand and provide oversight for the work that any contractor will be doing for the CRC. They will be doing the heavy lift of building the redistricting database and making it possible to map that data. This is no small task, and it will be important for the CRC to understand that work and guide it when necessary. And I think I'm in a unique position to do that. I also bring knowledge of the Census Bureau's plans to deliberately distort the population data, as I discussed a couple of questions ago. The state of Alabama has filed a lawsuit to prevent this, and the New Mexico Attorney General has signed on to this lawsuit. This case could have profound and yet unknown consequences for redistricting, and that's knowledge that I think will be very important to this committee. I also bring a national network of demographers and redistricting experts who will be facing the same challenges as the CRC. So I think I can get answers to some difficult questions in a half an hour that might take some other folks several days of research. I'm confident if selected to the committee, I bring a unique and informed demographer's perspective.
Thank you. Last question. Members' work on the CRC will be time intensive. The committee must hold more than a dozen public meetings across the state from August through October. Does your schedule allow you to attend these meetings and fully participate in the CRC's work?
Yes, but given the privilege of serving on the CRC, this work will be a top priority. I do run a research center and I do have a family, although I am skilled at juggling both literally and figuratively. So, the 2020 census now being mostly behind us, not completely behind us for somebody like myself, that was absorbing a great deal of my time, and that has largely wound down, freeing up my time for this effort.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Radigan. Thank you again for your interest and your time. Okay, and our final interview will be that of Mr. Sanchez, and if you would bring him forth. And Commissioner Bluestone, when he is ready, I assume you will be ready.
Sir.
Good morning, Mr. Sanchez.
Good morning. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. Commissioner Bluestone.
Good morning, Mr. Sanchez. As you may know, we're going through a set series of questions that each commissioner is asking of all of the candidates.
I could probably repeat them verbatim.
Yeah, okay. Well, then, could you just begin by please telling us a little bit about yourself?
Absolutely, and thank you again for this opportunity. Joaquin Sanchez, married to my wife Alicia. It'll be 29 years this August 1st. Father to Isaac Patricio, who is going to be an entering junior at Robert F. Kennedy Charter High School in the South Valley here in Albuquerque. My older son just graduated from Valley High School, and he'll be starting at UNM in the fall. I was born and raised in San Diego, California. I attended college at UC Berkeley, where I got both my bachelor's of science in civil engineering and got a master's in structural engineering. And then I worked 7 years as a structural engineer, both in San Jose, California, and then Austin, Texas. After that, I spent 20 years working as a professional community organizer with the Industrial Areas Foundation in Texas, California, and here in New Mexico. And then in 2019, I started working as a math and special education teacher, working at Robert F. Kennedy Charter High School, now moving over to South Valley Academy. And two very quick stories that I'd like to tell that I think get at the disposition and kind of the perspective that I'd like to bring to this process if I'm selected. When I was a kindergartner in public school, Central Avenue Elementary School in San Diego, both my parents asked for a meeting with the school principal. And they did this because neither of them had a chance to get a college education. Both of them are from Mexico. My father's from Chihuahua, my mom's from Baja California. They chose to stay in this country because they wanted, they had decided that education was a way to improve the lives of their children. So they wanted to make sure that my brothers and I went to college. So they had a very simple question for our school principal, which was, what do we as parents need to do to make sure they go to college? The principal, who really liked my mom because she was the first Spanish-speaking member of the PTA of the school, before answering, he gets up, goes and closes the office door and comes back. And almost in a whisper, he tells them, if you really want your sons to go to college, you need to take them out of this elementary school and enroll them in any public school north of El Cajon Boulevard. We lived south of El Cajon Boulevard. And part of what that story taught me was that unfortunately, the world that we live in, not the world as it should be, but the world that we live in, there are geographies that your potential is limited because of decisions that are not being made within that given community. When I started to come here to New Mexico, I would sometimes bring my younger son with me. And in 2016, when we were finally deciding to move here, we were at the airport in line to rent a car. And he and I were talking about moving here to Albuquerque, and the attendant who was helping us, she heard our conversation and asked where we should live. And when I asked her, well, where do you suggest we live? She quickly pulled out a map of Bernalillo County, and she put a big X through the International District and a big X through the South Valley and said, anywhere but here. And again, that informed me of the need to be a part of efforts that don't write any community off and are always taking seriously working with those that are considered to be at the margins. And so that's part of what my I've done the work that I've done and part of what I'd like to bring to this effort.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez, for sharing all that. Would you please describe your familiarity with redistricting?
Sure. So three things I want to mention on this really quickly. One is when I was still a college student, a friend of my older brother was working with an attorney named Joaquin Avila, who was central in the both redistricting and voting rights work in California. And I remember visiting the law office and seeing the maps and a lot of the documents that were being prepared and being both curious, but also frustrated at not really understanding what it was, because it seemed like it was a coded language. And yet that there was a tension there, because it was supposed to be about creating greater access for the community. So that experience of seeing that and having people, be involved in expanding who participates in our democracy and in our politics, seemed like something that I would want to be a part of. So that early experience just kind of made me curious about it. When I first started organizing, one of my early experiences was working in the city of McAllen, Texas, through the ballot. So not through the legislature, not through a court case, but through the ballot, having the city of McAllen go from an at-large system to a single member system. And that was a real learning experience in terms of what it really takes to negotiate and practice politics around representation. And then most of my experience with redistricting has really been from the vantage point and the perspective of a community organizer, where it's always from a nonpartisan perspective and putting the interests of the community first, and seeing how over the last 20 years, as districts have gotten more representing one party or the other, or I think as somebody referred to it, I think it was Mr. Radigan, as safe districts, that discourse, public discourse becomes more difficult. And so most of my experience has been seeing the effect of redistricting that does not represent the community, but represents the political parties. And so that's been most of my experience.
Thank you. What are the most important values that you believe should guide the CRC's work?
So I think I want to, I don't want to repeat what's already been said in terms of transparency and other things. So I think I want to lift up another value, actually two values. One is reverence. I would like our process, this process, and I'm saying our, not as a committee, but our process, I mean collectively as a state, whoever is on the committee, I'd like it to reestablish reverence for the act of voting and participating in politics. And I'm drawing particularly upon, the recently deceased Representative John Lewis, who said that for him, voting was an act of reverence, mostly because of the people who sacrificed to get that right and expanding that right for people who did not have it. My son right now is doing a project for his New Mexico history class that he didn't finish in the regular semester, so he's doing it over the summer. But he's including in that project Miguel Trujillo from the Isleta Pueblo that fought for voting rights back in 1949. And there's a lot of stories out there that unfortunately, I didn't know that story before he started doing that research, of regular people being involved in expanding and fighting for that right. And that to me is what allows for that, reverence to be brought back into what I think is the foundation of this work. So reverence is one. The other value that I think is very important, I borrow from my faith tradition. So I'm a sometimes practicing Catholic, and one of the principles of Catholic social teaching is what's known as subsidiarity, which is pushing decision-making to those most affected by the decision. And so I think one of the key values is can we have districts that really allow for public discourse and the practices and habits of politics and democracy to be real. So that means driven by, I love the term that's been used and is gaining popularity, which is communities of interest. I think that needs to be front and center at this.
Thank you. In your view, what would characterize as fair redistricting plans for New Mexico's congressional delegation and legislative bodies?
So yeah, I think meeting the legal requirements is the minimum standard. I think what would make this most fair would be a very robust and rigorous process that really brought the voice of the community, and especially the voice of the community that is not normally listened to. So immigrant community, rural community, the tribal nations, I think all of those need to be a key part of whatever conversation we're going to have and public hearings we're going to have. So I think the process here is going to dictate the fairness. So the more robust the process, the fair product we're going to have.
Thank you. And given your experiences, skills, and education, how will you assist the committee in achieving its statutory mission?
So I think there's a few things that I bring. I think first, my work ethic, I learned that from my parents. I think secondly, as a teacher, all our classes were done on Google Meet and Zoom this past year, and I had to learn how to be attentive and how to listen in a way that I didn't know I was capable of. So I think that skill of listening and attentiveness. I think my engineering training taught me to be practical. So, are we going to produce something that actually works? I think that's a core skill. My organizing experience taught me not to be afraid of conflict, and that actually conflict is part of the process, and that even through conflict, we can reach a consensus that's grounded in shared interests and shared values. As a teacher, I think it's going to be important for whatever we do to make it accessible to the public. So I think I bring that to the mix. I've worked in both rural and urban communities, and I've worked on the border in South Texas, in the Central Valley in California, in Los Angeles, here in Albuquerque. So I bring a mix of being able to connect with different types of communities. And then I think the last thing is one of the things that I learned from my maternal grandmother, my Nana Lupe, right before I got married. She said, you're not just marrying Alicia, you're marrying her family. So part of what I'm bringing is the networks of relationships that I'm a part of. So I'll be, leveraging the relationships I have through Albuquerque Interfaith, which is churches, schools, and nonprofits. I have a working relationship with New Mexico Dreamers. With the current organizer of Albuquerque Interfaith, he and I founded and a citizens group in Valencia County called Valencia County Action Network. My son in 10th grade attended the Native American Community Academy, and I worked with them as an organizer. So both with NACA and with the NACA Inspired School Network, which is throughout the state. We've done a lot of legislative work with Somos Un Pueblo Unido, which is also statewide. I'm a member of the Albuquerque chapter of LULAC, which has a statewide network. My son is on a lacrosse team, which is part of a statewide association. I have family in Hatch and Las Cruces. Grew up going to the Chili Festival every year on our way to Chihuahua, where my father's from. And then most recently, I was involved in both the refugee work that was happening at the border, and because of that, I met folks throughout the state, and was involved in the census work last year as one of the volunteer callers that was able to make the census work successful in New Mexico. So that's what I'd like to bring to the table.
Thank you, sir. Final question. Members' work on the committee will be time intensive. The committee must hold more than a dozen public meetings across the state from August through October. Does your schedule allow you to attend those meetings and participate fully in the committee's work?
Yes.
Thank you. Pleasure meeting you.
Mr. Sanchez, thank you very much for your interest, your time in applying for the position and for the interview today.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right. I believe that concludes the interview portion. Jeremy, what is your pleasure relative to proceeding? We should probably take a few minutes off, and why don't you direct each of the individual commissioners how you would prefer to receive the tally sheets?
Chair, one point of order. During the interviews, the commission received emails advocating for various of the applicants. And I think the commission should make a decision, to be fair to the people who have sent those emails, whether or not you want to receive that those recommendations or not.
Okay. Good point. Let me take a tour of the room. You don't need a lot of time to digest that question, I wouldn't think, but Commissioner Baker, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm ambivalent. I'd ask Jeremy how many emails, number one. Number two, how long are involved with those recommendations? So if Joe Brown said, I want to recommend candidate number two, that doesn't tell me anything. On the other hand, if Steve Pierce or Governor Lujan Grisham sent an email, that might have a little more influence.
Good question. Jeremy, you want to address those?
Sure. The Chair and Commissioner Baker, the emails are from advocacy groups and tables of advocacy groups, and they provide some rationale for their recommendations, but no recommendations have come in from individuals, just groups.
Yeah, I think part of the question though was how many emails would
volume. Yeah, right.
Two.
How many, Jeremy? What's the volume?
Two.
Only two? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm willing to read 2 emails.
Yeah.
Have you read them to us?
Yeah. Anybody have a different position relative to hearing them in that fashion?
No, I just think it's in the interest of our operating in a transparent way, that if the public has wanted to weigh in, that we ought to let people's voices be heard, and
Sure.
We make our decisions.
Gov, you okay with that?
I'm good with it.
Okay. How about you, Mr. Solomon?
I'm just a bit concerned about opening the door. I mean, we're kind of opening the door a little bit here for email recommendations, and then perhaps there's others out there that would, if the opportunity were made aware to them, that they would have provided some additional kind of letters, emails, or personal kind of recommendations. So I'm just a little concerned about that.
Judy?
I'd like to hear is it possible to hear the emails prior to making any kind of decision?
Yeah, and that's, I mean, that in hearing them, that's we've agreed to hear them, I suppose. And so who else? Commissioner Williams, what's your thought?
Well, I'd like to hear the recommendations, but my question is that did we say anything in any of the things we sent out that if you have a recommendation to send it in, because this is the end of this thing, and I just wondered if people hadn't sent those recommendations in before, then I think it's only fair. Everybody knew about this, so I am willing to hear the recommendations.
Jeremy, can you address those concerns which are not entirely dissimilar from Mr. Solomon's?
Sure, Chair. Commissioner Williams, the the Ethics Commission did not ask for the public comment or public recommendations. The emails I received came in from groups on their own volition. So there wasn't a kind of equal and even opportunity for the public to comment.
Well, okay, I'm good with hearing the two recommendations.
That seems to be the consensus. So Jeremy, why don't you go ahead and read them, and commissioners are free to take whatever they choose from them.
Sure. So the first recommendation, it's moot at this point, but it comes from the League of Women Voters. They have the utmost respect for Justice Barbara Vigil, but the League support goes to Justice Edward Chavez for chair of the Citizen Redistricting Committee. And there's a further rationale, but as I said, it's at this point moot.
Okay. Thank you.
The second email came from the New Mexico Civic Engagement Table. This is the state's largest 501c3 progressive advocacy hub with a mission to ensure broad and inclusive civic engagement among New Mexico's diverse and underrepresented communities. The undersigned organizations support Robert Radican and Joaquin Sanchez. Those organizations are the Center for Civic Policy, the Nava Education Project, the New Mexico Asian Family Center, New Mexico Cafe, the New Mexico Dream Team, the New Mexico Voices for Children, the New Mexico Working Families Party, OLE, and Somos un Pueblo Unido. They write that as the state of New Mexico nears the beginning of our redistricting process, we believe it is of utmost importance that the general public is informed and is granted adequate access to the decision-making process that will go on over the next months. This is because our nonpartisan community-led work is grounded on the values of transparency and accountability. With these values in mind, we'd like to strongly encourage your leadership body to consider Robert Radigan, who has served as our state's demographer and played a crucial role in ensuring an accurate population count during the 2020 census, and Joaquin Sanchez, a teacher and community leader whose background allows him to have a good understanding of how important accurate representation is necessary for a strong democracy. Beyond the qualifications of both individuals, we also uplift the fact their track record and professional background aligns with our values that represent the people of New Mexico. We thank you for all the tremendous work you each carry out to ensure our democracy continues to be transparent, and because you serve as a key component to our checks and balances system that continues to provide a fair voice and representation to each and every New Mexican. Thank you for your consideration. Signed, the organizations that I just mentioned.
Thanks, Jeremy. Okay, so relative to my previous question, procedurally, how do you want to do this now, or process-wise?
So take as much time as you need to fill out your voting sheet. You can do whatever is easiest for you. You can email it to me, email your preference ranking to me. You can text me. If you need to, you can call me. And I'll turn off my mic if anyone is going to make a call. And once I've received everyone's votes, I'll tally them up and then go through the aggregate preference rankings.
Jeremy, can I chime in here and also just suggest that if folks want to fill out something, a form by hand, if they've printed it out, they could also take a picture of it and text it to you or me or anyone else.
Yeah, that'll work too.
Okay. And so in terms of reconvening, the concern that Governor Carruthers and I had, as we initially stated, is moot. I think it's 10:30. So, but I think it's probably a good idea to close this up by having the results of this meeting before we call an end to the morning session. And my second part of that is, because of the Open Meetings Act, even though we're running ahead of schedule, I don't know that we can start any earlier than 1 o'clock. Is that correct?
Chair and Commission, I think that's the prudent course.
Chairman Lang, I have a question.
Okay.
After this, the decision is made on who will serve on this committee, What then is the process that this goes through with regard to our selections? Does it go to the legislature? Does the legislature have a right to object or change our decisions? And from what I've read, I'm concerned about that. I'm just not familiar with the process that happens after we make our decisions. So could someone explain that to me?
Chair and Commissioner Williams, I'm happy to do that. The Redistricting Act gives the State Ethics Commission the authority to appoint 3 members to the Citizen Redistricting Committee, and that decision isn't reviewable by any other individual or agency. After you've made this appointment, these appointments are effective starting July the 1st, and the only other process that's required is the appointees need to take the oath of office, and they can do that by through anyone that's authorized to deliver the oath. The Ethics Commission's General Counsel has the statutory authority to deliver the oaths of office, as do New Mexico's judges. And so if the appointees would like, they could schedule a time with Walker to deliver the oath, or if the redistricting committee wants to do something more formal than that, in terms of having the oath administered, they can do that as well.
Okay, but after that, does the legislature have to approve what was provided to them in terms of this committee, or can they take issue or overturn any of the decisions?
Chair and Commissioner Williams, no, ma'am. Not with respect to these appointees. These appointees are the Ethics Commission's appointees and are not subject to the review or the overturning by any other entity of the state, including the legislature.
Well, I was reading that after we do our work and they do their work, then it goes to the legislature for approval. And that it's possible that the legislature may not agree with what the committee stated in terms of their decisions as far as the mapping and the other issues that come with this duty.
So Chair and Commissioner Williams, with respect to the district plans that the Citizens Redistricting Committee will draw, they have an obligation to deliver those to the legislature on October 30th or as soon as practicable thereafter. The legislature does have the power to disregard those maps, to adopt them, to make whatever revisions. So with respect to the actual maps, the district plans that the Citizen Redistricting Committee will produce and adopt, those can be revised, disregarded, adopted. The legislature has the plenary power to proceed as it normally does in its redistricting session. But that's a different question than the question about the appointees, which again are the Ethics Commission's final decision.
Well, I was rather concerned about that, because if it goes to the legislature and let's say they don't agree with whatever the committee turned over to them, what impact does that have? I mean, what happens as a result of that? Is what the legislature says is the map and the demographics, or is what the committee said?
Well, Chair and Commissioner Williams, the Redistricting Act creates only an advisory committee. So the CRC's work is not binding on the legislature. Again, the legislature has the power to proceed in its redistricting process. But I suppose the hope to maybe alleviate some of your concerns is that with, if the CRC's appointments, follow the Redistricting Act, collect public comment, if the process is one that involves the participation of the state, that hopefully the product will be one that the legislature would consider. I think that's what the Redistricting Act contemplates.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any questions at this point?
Yeah, let me just ask, is there any usefulness in having a discussion about any of the interviews we've just listened to?
Chair and Commissioner Baker, that's for the seven of you, but just you should be aware that it's, you know, in a fully open meeting.
Understood.
Okay.
I just throw it out there just for people's.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's probably time to vote.
Yep.
I think we all have seen their resumes. We've listened to their points of view, and I would be a little more comfortable and just go ahead and sending my vote up.
Having already done so, I agree with you, Governor.
Well, and Jeremy, I text you my vote.
Thank you, Governor.
As did I.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're fast.
So, Jeremy or Walker, why don't you, once you've got everything tallied, why don't you, if everybody can be available, have you got immediate contact information from everybody, Jeremy and Walker, so that you can let us know when to come back on, give us the results, and then we'll reconvene after that at 1.
So we'll go ahead and stay on this channel.
Yeah.
Till you get it counted, and then
That would be preferable, but if somebody needs to step away.
It won't take me that long, and if there's a tie, you'll have to, you know,
Yeah.
break the.
Right, that's why I want us to come back, so, okay. Thank you. All right, we will be in recess until Jeremy calls us back together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Jeremy, if you would unmute yourself. I'm always having to remind you of these little things. I'm getting a little tired of it. All right, is everybody back?
Save Commissioner Williams.
Okay, where is Commissioner Williams? She has dropped off, it appears. Nope, there she has not. I see her, she's just not on screen. Let's give her a minute to come back. There's Commissioner Williams. Okay, we are all met. So, Jeremy.
Okay, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. The Commission has selected for the Citizen Redistricting Committee, Robert Radigan and Joaquin Sanchez. And there were no ties. Those are the appointments. Chair, another point of order. Because the meeting agenda only had public comment reserved for the end of the afternoon session, I guess I would just ask the Commission if it wants to entertain public comment after the end of this morning's session.
Let me take a look. Any of the commissioners, you want to deviate from the agenda and have a public comment section now? Or simply reserve it until the end of the afternoon meeting, portion of the meeting?
I'm fine opening it up to comment. It looks like we have 26 attendees, and I think it'd be fine if anybody wants to say anything. The decision's been made. People have been following it, and if the public wants to comment, I have no objection.
I agree.
Commissioner, anybody have any heartburn over that?
No. Same opinion.
No.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and open it up for public comment at this time for this portion of the meeting.
All right, thanks, Chair. If folks want to make a public comment, please use the raise hand function in the Zoom application. Not seeing any hands raised.
All right.
Oh, got one. Got Mr. Joaquin Sanchez.
Okay. Oh, you can run the gate, Walker.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
Just wanted to thank you and looking forward to working with you.
Thank you, Mr. Santos. Good luck. Anyone else, Walker?
let me see here. I'm just moving Mr. Sanchez back to participant here. All right. I don't see any other folks have raised their hands.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I move we adjourn until the meeting at 1 o'clock.
Is there a second? All right, moved and seconded. Any opposition? Thank you, sir. Okay, ladies and gents, we'll see you at 1 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time.
and as a reminder for the commissioners and other attendees, there's a different meeting link for the afternoon meeting. So just check your agenda for that and make sure you click on that link, not the same link for this morning's meeting.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Okay, everybody. We'll see you in a bit.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Sorry about that. I was unavoidably detained, as they say, and forgot what time it was. So, everybody here?
We are.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, let's find that out officially. We'll call the meeting to order and call the roll. Commissioner Baker.
Present.
Commissioner Bluestone.
Here.
Commissioner Carruthers.
Here.
Commissioner Solomon.
Present.
Mr. Villanueva.
Here.
And Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Note that the chair is also present finally, and we are all met. So we will then go to item number 2 on the afternoon agenda. And Jeremy, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Welcome back, Commissioners. Before I introduce this advisory opinion, I just want to let the Commission know that in between the meetings, I called each of the interviewees this morning to thank them for making some time for the Commission this morning, and was able to reach most of them. And for the couple I didn't reach, I left them messages. So I thought that went very well. And now on to the business of this afternoon. The first advisory opinion that's before you today, advisory opinion 2021-08, is a conversion of an informal advisory letter that the staff issued during the legislative session. And under our rules of procedure, the director can convert advisory letters that are sent out into formal advisory opinions, if it makes sense to kind of present the analysis as a formal opinion of the Ethics Commission. And so there are two today that are before you that come in that vehicle. So this first advisory opinion, it asked a series of questions. And this advisory opinion and the one that will follow are rather current to the economic shock that resulted from the COVID crisis and the legislature's response to that economic shock. And so both advisory opinions pose or answer questions that were posed coming out of the legislation responsive to the COVID economic shock. So this first advisory opinion, it asks three questions. The first question is kind of in two parts. It's, may a legislator or a legislature family apply for or receive state funds following passage of legislation making such funds available? And the answer to that question depends. It's the classic answer. It depends. It depends on how the legislature makes those funds available. If they're made available by contract, then there are constraints on the ability of legislators and their families to receive the funds through contract, constraints that are imposed by Article 4, Section 28 of the state constitution and Section 9A of the Governmental Conduct Act. If the constraints are made available, on the other hand, by grants, then another set of legal constraints apply, principally the anti-donation clause of the state Article 9, Section 14. And so the advisory opinion explains that distinction between which legal constraints apply depending on how the legislature makes relief funds available. The second part of that first question is, if a legislator or their family members may not apply for or receive state funds made available by a statute, does a member who recuses from the vote on that legislation obviate that prohibition? That's a convoluted way, I think, of asking if the legislator recuses from the vote on the legislation making the state funds available, can they therefore be eligible for the receiving the funds? And the answer is no, that the The recusal, if a member of the legislature decides to recuse on a vote, that does not affect the application of the constraints either in Article 4, Section 28 or 9A of the Governmental Conduct Act, or if it's a grant, the constraints imposed by the anti-donation clause of the state constitution. So that's an overview of the first question. Then the next two questions go to specific legislation that the legislature enacted. So in the first,
one at a time, Jeremy.
happy to, Commissioner Bluestone.
Oh, I move adoption of advisory opinion.
Sorry, Commissioner Bluestone. I'm not through. The first advisory opinion has 3 questions in it.
Oh, I got you.
I got through 1 question, and then Becky's actually going to introduce the second advisory opinion.
Okay, gotcha.
So the second part of the second question that was posed is, may a legislator or a legislator's family apply for a small business loan that was made available by the Small Business Recovery Act of 2020. And this was a statute that was enacted in one of the special sessions during 2020. And the answer to that question is no. And this is an application of Article 4, Section 28. If a legislator was a member of the 54th legislature, then the legislator and the legislator's business or nonprofit corporation may not receive a small business loan made available by the Small Business Recovery Act of 2020. And furthermore, if the legislator's immediate family members, they may not receive a small business loan where the legislator has an interest in the family business. And it's because the Small Business Recovery Act creates loans that are contracts, and thus the constraints of Article 4, Section 28 apply. And then the third question that was posed is, may a legislator or a legislator's family apply for a recovery grant funds that were made available by Laws 2021, Chapter 3, Sections 10 through 13. And that was in contrast to the Small Business Recovery Act. That was a separate piece of legislation that granted funds. So there were grants, not loans. And the answer to that question is yes. A business owned by a legislator or a legislator's family, their family members, may apply for a recovery grant funds made available by Laws 2021, Chapter 3, Sections 10 through 13. And that in the advisory letter that we issued on that last question about the legislation granting COVID relief funds, separate from the loans that NMFA would issue, the advisory letter included analysis of where the bill had certain weaknesses under the anti-donation clause, but the legislation that was passed, the points about that bill that seemed suspect under an anti-donation clause analysis were changed. And so the advisory opinion that's before you does not include any of the anti-donation clause analysis that was in the advisory letter, because I think that the legislature amended the statute perhaps in response to the anti-donation analysis that came from the advisory letter. So the initial advisory letter was significantly longer because the anti-donation clause analysis those questions were a bit more complex and involved diving into the anti-donation clause case law. But again, those provisions weren't in the bill that passed, and legislators and their family, their businesses may apply for COVID grant funds. And Chair and Commissioners, I submit advisory opinion for your consideration and adoption.
Thank you. Is there a motion and second? Then we'll open it for discussion.
I'll move adoption.
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Commissioner Baker, anything?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand. if a legislator wants to receive state funds by entering into a contract with the state, that is prohibited. But if a legislator wants to receive grant funds, that is allowed. Is that correct?
I would say that's an oversimplification. If the legislator is interested to receive funds that are made available by contract, Article 4, Section 28 of the Constitution and Section 9A of the Governmental Conduct Act apply certain constraints that will prohibit many of those contracts. If the funds are made available by grant, whether or not the legislature can receive the grant funds depends on whether or not the grant complies with the anti-donation clause and the case law interpreting the anti-donation clause and the exceptions to the anti-donation clause in the state constitution.
Well, I don't want to get too deep into the weeds, but can you give me an example of a situation where a legislator apply for and receive a grant that does not conflict with the anti-donation provision?
An example is the statute that's analyzed before you in this advisory opinion. It would be a statute that the legislature passes where it's authorized, for example, to issue grant funds under LEDA, the Local Economic Development Act. LEDA funds are an example of grant funds that the state can issue that are compliant with the anti-donation clause, so long as those grant funds satisfy the exception in the state constitution that kind of created the framework for LEDA.
And you gave an example in the material, a definition of a grant. Another word for the grant would be a subsidy, and it does not have to be repaid.
That's correct.
So, and I understand that you're not being asked to write a law, you're just being asked to interpret a law that's on the books. But what I take from this is the legislature has said that a specific legislator can apply for and receive a grant from the legislature, which the legislator will not have to repay.
That's correct. So long as the grant is compliant with the anti-donation clause of the Constitution, the legislator and their businesses are in the same boat as any other individual or business. The grant has to be, if the grant is compliant with the anti-donation clause and its exceptions, the legislator or their business can apply for and receive that grant. I know that kind of presents tension with the separate set of laws that apply if there's a contract. It raises the grants to legislators from legislation, kind of raises the same set of concerns that are implicated by Article 4, Sections 28 constraints on legislators being interested in contracts with the state. But the law is what it is. We have in New Mexico a separate set of laws that govern contracts and legislators' interest in contracts with the state, and those laws are separate from the laws that govern grants.
I appreciate that. And as I said earlier, the Ethics Commission doesn't write the legislation. We're just being asked to interpret it. But I would encourage us to at least think about encouraging the legislature to take a look at this at an appropriate time to see whether this is something they want to continue going forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Bluestone, anything?
The only comment I want to make is that I think that the really quick turnaround that Jeremy and staff have provided on these requests for informal advisory opinions has been extremely helpful. And I think that the legislators and everybody who's requested an opinion has been really appreciative of the quick turnaround. I'm glad that you took the initiative to turn this one into a formal advisory opinion, but I really commend you, Jeremy, for being so quick and responsive and thorough at the same time in what you did on the informal advisory opinion that led to this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Carruthers?
I think I would second Commissioner Baker's concern about the rather fine line between the grant and the contracts. And I think it'd be worthy of some additional evaluation by the legislature. I can't personally differentiate between the earlier 2 no's and this one, yes. It seems to me to be a kind of splitting hairs.
Thank you. Commissioner Solomon?
I think the concerns I have already been voiced, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Villanueva?
No additional comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams?
Well, the only question, and I guess I'm trying to understand it, is that the legislature can get a grant because of the COVID-19 issue when they have a small business or family business? Is that the grant that they can get and not pay back?
Chair and Commissioner Williams, it was legislation that provided recovery grants to businesses that suffered because of the COVID crisis.
Thank you. That's it for me. No other questions.
Thank you.
But if I might ask a question, the difference in this case was any business had an opportunity to do that on the recovery side. Is that what makes the difference?
Chair and Commissioner Carruthers, the difference is it goes to kind of the first day of contract law, which is the difference between a donation and a contract and whether or not the contract is supported by consideration. The loans that NMFA issues are contracts. There's interest that has to be paid back. The grants are subsidies, they're donations. And on that difference hangs the 2 different areas of law that apply. There are specific laws that restrain legislators' interests in contracts, but not in grants, other than the anti-donation clause. And so long as the anti-donation clause isn't violated, a business owned by a legislator, like a business owned by anybody else, could be eligible for one of those recovery grants.
I have a question regarding that. So if they get this money because of the COVID-19 and the impact on the business, has there been any other occasions where this grant has been given? I can understand it, because of the COVID, the impact on small businesses, but has this been done before? Before the COVID-19?
Chair and Commissioner Williams, honestly, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what other grants the legislature has issued under its LEDA exception to the anti-donation clause in the past. I hate I can't answer your question, but I really don't know.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Chair will entertain a motion in a second for the issuance of the advisory opinion, and that would be case number or advisory opinion number 2021-08.
So move.
Sorry, we already had a motion in a second. This was a discussion. There being no further discussion, I'm sorry, Commissioner Baker?
I vote in favor.
Commissioner Bluestone?
Yes.
Commissioner Carruthers?
Yes.
Commissioner Solomon?
Yes.
Commissioner Villanueva?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Let the opinion issue. Okay, Jeremy, as to 2021-09.
Okay, Chair, I'd like to turn it over to Rebecca Branch, the Deputy General Counsel.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Branch.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lang and commissioners. This is another example of an informal advisory opinion that we have converted at the executive director's discretion to a formal advisory opinion. It is along the same lines as the 2021-08 opinion that Jeremy just explained, but it has a few different aspects to it, which is why we thought it was important to have that a public opinion as well. The question presented is, may a legislator or business a legislator owns apply for a small business loan made available by the Small Business Recovery Act of 2020? And that was loans made available for COVID, businesses that had been affected by COVID, and the Small Business Recovery and Stimulus Act, which was an updated version of the 2020 law, and it was updated in 2021. And the answer is very similar to question 2 of Jeremy's opinion, but no, the 2020 Act and 2021 Act authorize small business loans, which are contracts, and that would go against the prohibitions in Article 4, Section 28 of the New Mexico Constitution. And then the analysis goes further, but it's along the same veins. I can go into more detail, or I'm willing to stand for questions, Chairman Lang and commissioners.
Thank you. Again, with the last one, I'll entertain a motion a second, then go to discussion. Is there a motion?
So move.
To adopt it, and a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Baker?
No questions.
Commissioner Bluestone?
No questions.
Commissioner Carruthers?
No question.
Commissioner Solomon?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Villanueva?
2 questions. Is your opinion paginated as ours is?
Let me look at that. It's, as far as for your materials, it's page 14 and 15 and
Okay.
16, I believe. It starts with page 14 though.
Okay, small correction on page 17.
Okay.
Last paragraph. I think that 4th line down needs to, I think you need to remove the S on permits.
To permits businesses. Okay, I will make that correction.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And page 18 on your conclusion.
Yes.
Okay, the way that reads is it says section 28 prohibits a legislator and a business. Should that not be or a business a legislator owns? The initial question was worded, may a legislator or a business a legislator owns? Should that
I
not
think
be or?
that would be more consistent, Commissioner Villanueva. Thank you.
You're welcome. Nothing else?
Thank you, Judy. Commissioner Williams?
No questions.
Thank you. All right, having gone through everybody's names, I have them committed to memory now, which is a good thing. There being no further discussion. Let's call for a vote on the motion. Commissioner Baker?
I vote in favor of issuing advisory opinion 2021-09.
Thank you. Commissioner Bluestone?
Yes.
Commissioner Carruthers?
Yes.
Commissioner Solomon?
Yes.
Commissioner Villanueva?
Yes.
And Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair votes yes. The opinion will issue. Thank you very much, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Okay, Jeremy, back to you on item number 4, which is issuance of amendments to 1.8.1 and 1.813.
Okay, thank you, Chair and Commission. I recommend that we do this in 2 parts. First, the amendments to 1.8.1, and then move on to 1.8.3.
Right, and as we have done in the past, we are eating this elephant one bite at a time. Thank you.
So on amendments to 1.8.1 is the general provisions of the State Ethics Commission rules. There are two amendments to these set of rules. They both relate to advisory opinions. One amendment allows the commission, any commissioner, to request the director or the director's designee to draft an advisory opinion based on any legal determinations that the director, the general counsel, or a hearing officer has issued. So basically what's going on is in the commission's handling of administrative complaints, either the director's jurisdictional determination or the general counsel's recommendation on the disposition of a motion to dismiss. Those legal determinations, as you know, are confidential. They're not open to the public. And so there's actually a great deal of legal work that we're doing that isn't providing any guidance function to the public or to members of the bar representing parties before the State Ethics Commission, because they can't see it. If a administrative case is one in which the general counsel doesn't determine probable cause and a hearing isn't set, then, as you know, that case file remains confidential and not subject to inspection, even under IPRA. And so the work that we're doing in these administrative cases, the jurisdictional determinations, the general counsel's recommendations on motions to dismiss, which involve interpretations of the substantive statutes that the commission has the jurisdiction to adjudicate, that work is never being built into any kind of precedent, providing any kind of guidance function to employees of the state or of local governments, to folks that have obligation under the disclosure statutes, to any party before a future ethics commission case. And so what this rule amendment does is allows a commissioner to say, hey, that jurisdictional determination or that recommendation by the general counsel on a probable cause determination, or the general counsel's recommendation on a motion to dismiss, there's material in there that needs to be made kind of publicly available, because it provides a guidance function. And that's what this rule does. It allows the conversion, given, with every kind of edit that would need to be made to protect the identity of any parties to administrative cases, to issue that substantive guidance as advisory opinions. So, Chair, that's the first amendment. And the second amendment is very simple. If a member of the public who is authorized to request an advisory opinion doesn't specify whether or not they want a formal or an informal opinion from the commission, this rule amendment allows the director to issue the opinion as an informal advisory opinion. And those are the two amendments to the general rules that I submit to you.
Thank you. And Jeremy, the latter has to do, if I may direct it to 1.8.1.9B5, I believe.
Yes, sir.
And the former, would you please guide us to that so that people can take a look?
It's at 1.8.19A5.
A5, okay. Thank you. With that, are there any, discussion? Commissioner Baker?
No.
Commissioner Bluestone?
No, sir.
Commissioner Carruthers?
No.
Commissioner Solomon?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Villanueva?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Williams?
No.
Thank you. Nor do I have any. So insofar as 1.8.1, shall we split the votes on that, Jeremy? That would seem advisable since we're taking them up piecemeal.
I think so.
Yeah, having gone through everybody, just again, is there a motion and a second to adopt the amendments as suggested to 1.8.1?
So move.
Second, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Bluestone, I mean, Commissioner Baker,
Approve.
Commissioner Bluestone,
Yes.
Commissioner Carruthers,
Yes.
Commissioner Solomon,
Yes.
Commissioner Villanueva,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
and chair votes yes. Okay, 1.8.1 is good. Let's move on to 1.8.3. Jeremy?
Okay, thanks, Chair. This is the larger of the two elephants. These are proposed amendments to 1.8.3 the NMAC, which are the rules of procedure for the commission's administrative cases. And the reason these are before you today and to be issued for public comment is that first, the legislature enacted HB 244, which omitted the notarization requirement in the State Ethics Commission Act for administrative complaints filed with the Ethics Commission. And so that means that at a minimum, the commission needs to align its rules of procedure with the statutory changes. But in addition to that, there are other reasons to make more significant amendments to the commission's rules of procedure. So the first is over the past year, as you know, the commission has established an online case management and docketing system, and the rules of procedure need some amendments to align the procedure with references to the case management and docketing system that we're using to handle administrative complaints, what we call the proceedings portal. The other large reason for amendments is we've now had the opportunity to become acquainted with administrative cases filed with the State Ethics Commission, and we've had almost a year and a half of experience adjudicating and handling administrative cases filed with the Ethics Commission. And in that year and a half, there's been a lot of lessons, things that we've learned, gaps that we've noticed, certain ambiguities in the rules. And so that there are reasons that just issue from what we've learned over the past year and a half on how to improve the rules of procedure for administrative cases. So these rules, the proposed rule changes do a number of things, and I'll go through them, touch on them briefly, and on a couple of parts I'll ask Walker to chime in. So first, with respect to amendments to complaints, there's an amendment that allows for complainants to amend their complaints, and in that way it aligns the commission's rule on amendments to make it analogous to the rule on amendments that the courts use for amended complaints, Rule 15. Second, the proposed rules allow for consolidation of complaints at an earlier stage in the proceeding. The current version of the rules allows for consolidation at the stage of a hearing, and these proposed rule changes allow for consolidation kind of at an earlier stage when complaints are coming in the door. That just makes the adjudication more efficient. Third, these rules create something that the State Ethics Commission allows, but which the commission hasn't adopted a rule of procedure for to this point, and that's commission-initiated administrative complaints. So under the State Ethics Commission Act, the commission itself has the statutory power to initiate a complaint in the State Ethics Commission, much like the NLRB, for example. And because that would mean that the commission has different hats that it plays, or different hats that it wears, roles that it plays, with on the one hand initiating a complaint, and then at the end of the procedure serving as an appellate body, reviewing a hearing officer determination. And so that power needs some rule material to guide it. And these proposed amendments propose a rule regarding commission initiated complaints. Next, the rules also try to simplify and make more efficient the motion practice, the kind of pre-investigation motion practice that the current rules provide for. In December of 2019, right after the Ethics Commission was created, when the Commission first adopted rules of procedure, the Commission adopted a set of rules that allow for motion practice before the General Counsel's investigation. Respondents could file a motion to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction, a motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim, motions practices that were similar to the motions practice in state and federal court. What we're proposing in these rule amendments is to pull out a lot of that motions practice because we don't think it's necessary or it's efficient, and replace it with a more tailored practice whereby after a complainant files a complaint, the respondent can file what we're calling a responsive pleading, where the respondent can make kind of answer allegations of fact, also make legal arguments. And if the General Counsel wants the complainant to respond to that responsive pleading, the General Counsel can ask for a response from the complainant. That's a kind of a procedure that's more like the certiorari discretionary procedure, for example, in Supreme Court review. And it's just a little more efficient, and it also kind of collapses time that it takes for the staff to process complaints before they work their way to an investigation. The more motions practice you have, the more kind of time it takes, because parties have to have a certain window to respond. They inevitably ask for extensions. So kind of pulling out some of that motions practice will allow the Commission to more efficiently and more swiftly get to investigations. Another change here is that the motion to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction, that's moved completely. The rules require the director to make a jurisdictional determination kind of more at the beginning of the procedure. And that should be fine because the jurisdictional determinations really aren't complex. And I think in the first year, we saw perhaps the most complex questions surrounding the Ethics Commission's jurisdiction that the Commission's likely to see, at least under the current State Ethics Commission Act. And those were jurisdictional determinations that, depended on the application of the speech or debate clause of the New Mexico Constitution. And I really think that that's as complicated as the jurisdictional questions get. And for most of the complaints, it's just a matter of asking, who is the respondent? Are they a state employee, et cetera? And what are the claims that are being alleged? Are they claims that are being asserted under one of the statutes that the Commission has jurisdiction for? So to summarize all of that, it's just the proposed amendments are changing the motion practice a little bit and trying to simplify it, pull out a little bit of the procedure, and therefore collapse some of those timelines. Last, before I'll turn it over to Walker to complete the introduction, in the hearing officer part of the rules, there's the proposal for a rule creating a kind of summary judgment style procedure, which means a hearing officer can entertain a motion that's more or less along the lines of, we've collected all of the evidence, we've presented all the evidence to you, there's no question of fact that you need to hold a hearing for, and you can make a decision on the evidence applying the law. So that rule perhaps should enable hearing officers to conclude their work more efficiently and without the expense of necessarily holding a hearing. That's an introduction to most of the rules. I've left out the proposed amendments that relate to the subpoenas and enforcement of subpoenas, and also the rules that relate to the general counsel's investigation. And I'd ask Walker to just briefly touch on those proposed rule amendments.
Thank you, Jeremy. So it's probably best to start off with an explanation of why staff are seeking these amendments. As Jeremy kind of alluded to in his presentation, we've had about 1.5 years of working with complaints, and through that experience, we've learned, areas where the rules either have gaps that need to be filled, or where the way that the commission phrased its earlier rules gave rise to what I would say are unintended consequences, but wrinkles that need to be ironed out. And so, with respect to the general counsel's investigation, really the big structural change is, separating out the rule dealing with subpoena proceedings into its own rule. Previously, it occupied a very small part of 1.8.3 11, and giving it its own rule. And in that, I'll get to that part after I explain what's happening to 1.8.3.11, but that's kind of the big structural change that's happened with these rules. So with respect to the investigation rule, we have kind of proposed deleting some portions that don't really add much. Jeremy's alluded to them. For example, the part that deals with motions practice, we've simplified and taken out a decent chunk of that. You'll see that at 1.8.3.11 B, which is deleted. Moving forward in the rule, the big change to old subsection C, which is now subsection B, is a response to an objection we received from a party, which was the old rule talked about the general counsel being able to ask for documents and pose questions and ask for admissions from another party. And the rules defined a party as a complainant or a respondent to an ethics complaint. And that became a problem because if I wanted to ask a state agency to produce documents, it could be argued that the rules don't permit the general counsel to do that. Only a party can receive a request for documents. So the amendment to this subsection B basically allows the general counsel to serve written requests for information to anyone, not just a party to an ethics complaint. The other major change to this new subsection B is clarifying what I think was permitted under the State Ethics Commission Act, and what has been a feature of the general counsel's investigations at their early stages, which is to allow the general counsel to interview a witness, so someone who is not the complainant or not the respondent, and not necessarily require or allow the presence of other parties at that interview. The witness is free to, remains free not to participate in the interview. This is an entirely voluntary process. That should be made clear. But with state agencies, which are large organizations, a big part of the general counsel's work is calling up different parts of the state agency to try and confirm facts, understand processes, figure out relationships between people in the agency. And in the world of civil litigation, this is all totally permitted, unless you have a deposition where you've got a court reporter present. As a lawyer, you can go talk to witnesses who aren't represented by counsel and ask them questions about your case. And so this part of the process is I think an important part of the general counsel's ability to swiftly resolve cases. There may be some questions on this, but really the long and short of this is the general counsel should be able to approach third parties and ask them to confirm facts under oath without having to draw in the attorney for the complainant and the attorney for the respondent and let them ask that person questions and turn it into a formal process. Moving forward, there really aren't too many clarifications or amendments of note in the remainder of 1.8.3.11. So I'll move to section 12, which deals with subpoenas and their enforcement. This section is almost entirely new, and really it is designed to flesh out the process. As the commissioners are aware, we have a kind of unique position in which we have the commission has subpoena power under the state constitution. It has the power to compel the production of evidence, but the State Ethics Commission Act requires the commission to work through a district court judge in order to exercise that subpoena power. And so in our experience with subpoena proceedings, there have always been questions about what rules apply. Is it the State Ethics Commission Act? Is it the New Mexico Constitution? Is it the rules of civil procedure? Is it state statute? There are a whole bunch of rules that occupy the space here. And the amendments provide, I think, necessary clarification to allow the parties to sort of see what a subpoena proceeding should look like. And so this is in part a response to objections that have been made in the process. We've learned through adversarial proceedings in front of a subpoena judge about different legal arguments that parties have made in opposition to our subpoenas, and some of these amendments are in response to those arguments, are efforts to sort of clarify the law on those arguments, and some of them are just providing clarity to the parties, so that people understand what the process is, and they're not, if they get served with a commission subpoena, they have somewhere to go to see what rules govern. It's not just the State Ethics Commission Act, the Constitution, and the rules of civil procedure, which may or may not apply on a particular issue. Finally, going down to 1.8.3.13, this revision to the hearing process, I think is part of staff efforts to, it's part of the staff becoming more and more familiar with what is actually going to take place at a public hearing. The commission has not yet had a public hearing, but there may be cases in the near future that are going to reach that, and the commission's rules needed clarification to ensure that the hearing officer has guidance about how these hearings should proceed, and the parties understand as well. I'll note that probably the most important part here is a provision that allows a hearing officer, and this is now skipping to new section 13 or section 14, a hearing officer to essentially summarily resolve a case. If the facts are undisputed, and this is familiar to the lawyers, the judge can enter a judgment on the facts. If the parties don't dispute what the material facts are, there's no need to have a hearing and have witnesses come in. And this is an important rule, I'll say, because, thinking through the process, if the commission had to have a hearing on every case that went beyond a probable cause determination, the commission would have to get subpoenas for witnesses who could potentially be hundreds of miles away from where the hearing is taking place. And it's important to let the parties and the general counsel see if a case can get resolved on the paper with depositions and less resource intensive process before going through before going to the final stage and actually having a hearing with live witness testimony, which may be required in a lot of cases especially where there are credibility determinations that need to be made by the hearing officer, but in some cases I don't think is necessary. So that's the kind of big proposed change, and I guess I would defer to Jeremy if there's anything he thinks I've missed, but I don't want to belabor this. The commissioners have all had a chance to review the proposed rules, and I think it rather than going through each and every one. It probably makes sense to allow the commissioners to ask specific questions about any provisions that concern them.
Thanks, Walker. Chair and commissioners, there's two more things I'll add. The first, because I know Commissioner Bluestone has been thinking about this provision. There's another rule amendment that attempts to clarify when respondents are entitled to state provided counsel in administrative proceedings. And then last, I want to assure the commission that none of these proposed amendments are an attempt to get a leg up on any party in any case where the commission is litigating a subpoena against a party or a witness. We're at a point where the commission has prevailed on motions to quash that witnesses have filed before Judge Martin, the commission subpoena judge, and some of those are on appeal. Others of those are kind of going forward in a deposition. Others are perhaps waiting for a notice of appeal, but none of these rule amendments, proposed rule amendments, are an attempt by the staff to kind of backdoor and get a leg up on anybody in a subpoena proceeding before the commission subpoena judge. And so with that, Chair, we've kind of given what's a long introduction. Apologies for that, but it's a long rule, and we're happy to stand for any questions and provide any further explanation we can.
All right, thank you. So let's entertain a motion in a second, have discussion, and then if anything needs to happen after that, amendments to the motion. So is there a motion in a second?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded, and that's open for discussion. Commissioner Baker?
Well, I have two questions. One is on page 27 and one is on page 28. The one on page 27 involves what I know Commissioner Bluestone wants to discuss, and that's with respect to a respondent being entitled to or not entitled to representation by a lawyer from state risk management under certain circumstances. I understand, I think, the argument about why a state lawyer would not be appropriate. My only concern or question is, number one, has anybody communicated with state risk management about what it thinks? Because my view is state risk management is essentially an insurance company, and it will determine for itself whether there is or is not coverage. And it might very well say, well, thank you very much, Ethics Commission, for telling us the parameters of what we will and will not defend, but we're going to make that decision for ourselves. Have a nice day. And so I'm just wondering if there has been any type of discussion with risk management.
Can I answer this, Jeremy?
Hold on. So at the beginning of the State Ethics Commission, we did have discussions with Clinton Nicely, the director at the time of the risk management division, and they are aware that it is their decision, I think, on how to interpret this provision in a way that will guide whether or not they provide counsel to respondents in Ethics Commission cases. And so I have not had that same discussion with Director Tyndall about which agency has the authority. But from the beginning, risk management understood that it was the agency that decided ultimately whether or not to provide state funded counsel to respondents in Ethics Commission cases. We have had a subsequent conversation with the director of risk management about how much the state has been paying for respondents in ethics commission cases, and it's already in excess of $100,000. So the state is paying a decent amount for counsel in the few cases that we've already litigated in the first year and a half. And I think that this rule is the commission providing its view to risk management, even if risk management ultimately is the decider on when and under what circumstances it'll provide representation. And I think it's within the commission's ability to provide guidance on that. And there's a separate kind of legal question that we haven't gotten to the bottom yet, which is about interagency deference, whether or not the risk management would have any deference to the commission interpreting the commission's interpretation of its own enabling statute. And Walker, please add to in addition to that.
Thank you, Jeremy. Commissioners, I was present at the sort of follow-up conversation with risk management, and the meeting with risk management was primarily to determine how much money they had spent on defense counsel for respondents to ethics complaints, and this was part of our research and groundwork in trying to figure out what the implications would be of expanding the State Ethics Commission Act to include local government officials. We wanted to figure out, what the average cost of defending against an ethics complaint was, and whether it's risk management or some other entity, how much they're going to be on the hook for to defend a complaint like that. So that was the reason for the meeting. But I can say that there was a consensus at risk that these cases, although the defense costs, are more than $100,000, there's no risk exposure for them. There's no liability side of this equation from their standpoint, because there are no really damages to speak of. There's a potential fine for some claims, but there are no compensatory damages to speak of. And as a result, they're not that concerned about the part of their portfolio covering these cases, because in the grand scheme of things, it's a drop in the bucket for them, because they're defending against Tort Claims Act cases and civil rights cases and other cases where the liability exposure can be quite significant. And the sort of upshot to that, the other sort of separate upshot to that thought is that they also don't have much of an incentive to control the defense of those cases. They can't tell the respondent to an ethics complaint that we recommend that you settle this case, or we recommend that you go in a certain way, which is the normal type of relationship between an insurer and an insured. Certainly the insured ultimately controls the defense and whether to settle a case, but there's a duty to be reasonable as between the insured and the insurer, and that duty, as far as I can tell, is not really a motivating factor in the relationship between risk management division and respondents. So that's all I wanted to add, Jeremy.
I don't want to pit Walker and Jeremy against each other. What I'm hearing, but seriously, I'm hearing Jeremy saying the $100,000 that state risk has had to pay in defending these ethics complaints is a lot of money, and it will continue to be a lot of money going forward. And there ought to be a mechanism for slowing it down or reducing it or eliminating it. On the other hand, I hear Walker saying, as far as their risk is concerned, it's not a big deal. They don't really care. I'm concerned about who ought to be driving this particular bus. And it seems to me that state risk is in the best position to say, we don't provide coverage for ethics complaints. It's very easy for them to do in their contracts with the state, and it's very easy for them to do in their contracts if we get expanded jurisdiction over local public bodies. They can just write that into those particular policies. So while I appreciate the Ethics Commission wanting to be sensitive to the financial burden on a sister agency, I'm not persuaded that this amendment on page 27 is the best way to go.
So Chair and Commissioner Baker, I don't think you're pitting Walker's comments against my comments. The $100,000 in or in excess of that in legal fees isn't very much for the state. It is very much for the lawyers on the opposite side of those cases, and you're looking at all three of us. And the if it's the case that respondents to state ethics commission proceedings are entitled state provided counsel, I think there's an incentive there for respondents and their counsel to litigate every issue, every possible argument that could be made in objection to a subpoena. And they are funded by the state as we're funded by the state. And they're paid by the hour. They have incentives to continue to fight, not necessarily to settle. And it creates a kind of burden on the commission. And so that I think that the context, the awareness that the commission needs to consider here is comparing the fact that there is state provided counsel under the statute for a certain set of statutes, for a certain set of claims, and thinking about when and when isn't the risk management under an obligation to provide that counsel, as against the kind of realities of the State Ethics Commission's budget and how many attorneys it has. And that's not really relevant to the legal analysis, and I think we're going to get to that once Commissioner Bluestone makes his motion. But it's the context, I think, that's worth remembering, just kind of when framing these costs to the state.
And I appreciate that. And I'm glad that you reminded me that lawyers who think they have a blank check to litigate will do everything they can to litigate, and that our staff is limited, and that puts you guys at a very unfair advantage, not because of the quality of the lawyers, but just in terms of the number of lawyers. And so I'll just shut up and listen to Stuart's analysis. But I think at the end of the day, it would be better if state risk were to turn off the spigot than if the Ethics Commission were to try to turn off that spigot.
Thank you. Commissioner Bluestone?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Baker. On this particular issue, my concern is that regardless of whether we think as a policy matter that people should get this free counsel, it seems to me that the law provides for the free counsel. Our State Ethics Commission Act says that a public official who is a respondent, who is subject to a complaint alleging a violation in the performance of the respondent's duties, shall be entitled to representation by the Risk Management Division. That's what the law provides. And regardless of whether we think that's a good policy or not, I think the fact of the matter is that the filing of a financial disclosure statement is a duty that is imposed on every state public official who's covered here by the State Ethics Commission Act. And I think it's therefore a mistake as a matter of law for us to have in this proposed rule that we would exclude coverage under a complaint involving a financial disclosure statement. I just think that goes too far from what the law allows. So I'm not trying to debate the policy issue of it. I'm just saying that I think we're constrained by what the law provides. And I would therefore move to strike from our proposed rule this subsection, I guess it's 1.8.3.9 A7B2, two dots, that excludes the filing of a financial disclosure statement from coverage under our rules and under the Act. I just don't think we have the authority to do that. And so that's my first issue of concern. And since Commissioner Baker mentioned it, I'll just confine my comments now to that particular issue. I have one minor edit that I want to suggest too, but this is the only part of the rule that I have a problem with. I think we're going in contravention of what the statute provides. I know there's an argument against it, but I think it's a strained interpretation rather than just looking at the plain meaning of the law. And I, for one, am not comfortable including this. I wouldn't mind putting it out for comments from people. I wouldn't even mind entertaining a motion that we recommend to the legislature that this risk management coverage not be provided with respect to complaints involving violations of a financial disclosure statement. I just don't think we have the legal authority to do this right now on our own. And that's why I make my motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Carruthers?
Well, I'm pondering this, but I think you need a second to the motion, so I'll second the motion.
Okay, yeah, where we are is on motion. We're on the original motion to adopt these as they are. This would be an amendment.
Correct. Correct.
So you're with Stuart on it. Okay. Do you have any other points on that, Governor? Or just...
I think Stuart makes a good point.
Okay. All right, then Commissioner Solomon.
Yes, I just have to confirm that, my observation too is that the plain meaning of the law, I think, is really what needs to be abided by here. And that exception is, I think it sticks out like a sore thumb at this point. So those are my thoughts at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Villanueva.
I don't have any additional thoughts, but being a non-attorney, I take Stuart's point. So I'm pondering it as well.
Okay. Commissioner Williams.
No comment.
Okay. So specific to that particular item, can you identify that specifically, Jeremy, please, so we can have a singular vote on that? I don't want to get this any more confused than it might already be.
Sure, but Chair, if I may, and kind of in defense to some of what Walker's been thinking about,
yeah.
I think the framing that Commissioner Bluestone offered as a legal argument versus a policy argument is a bit unfair. I think that Walker's certainly been thinking about legal arguments regarding the interpretation of these words, and that there's an argument for the rule that doesn't sound in policy, but rather in an interpretation of the statute that the commission has the authority to interpret as it's interpreting its enabling legislation. And I'd like to give Walker an opportunity to flesh out the legal argument and not the policy argument. You've heard the policy argument, but I think the legal argument goes to an interpretation of respondents' duties and how the duties that the Financial Disclosure Act create are different than duties that other statutes create. And so I want to be fair to Walker, kind of in his position and in the staff's position on these rules, because it's not simply policy versus law.
Thank you. Go ahead, Walker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jeremy. As Commissioner Bluestone pointed out that the critical section of the State Ethics Commission Act is subsection K of section 1016G10. And that provision says, as Commissioner Bluestone quoted, that a public official who is a respondent who is subject to a complaint alleging a violation made in the performance of the respondent's duties shall be entitled to representation by the Risk Management Division of the General Services Department. So really the critical question here is, what does a violation made in the performance of the respondent's duties mean? And you can go two ways on that. I think that Commissioner Bluestone's interpretation is one reading of the statute. Every commissioner here, as a result of HB 244, Jeremy as the head of the State Ethics Commission, Senate confirmed appointees, governor's appointees, others have an obligation under the Financial Disclosure Act to make a financial disclosure. And so that is one interpretation of a respondent's duties that I think you could use to extend coverage to defense of a alleged violation of the Financial Disclosure Act. The other, I think, reasonable, equally reasonable interpretation of that provision is that respondent's duties speaks to the specific officer or state employee's duties under the law that creates their office or position. So if you look at the State Ethics Commission Act, you all as commissioners have specific duties under the act. That is set out in, I think it's section 3 or 4 of the State Ethics Commission Act. Jeremy, as executive director, also has discrete duties under the State Ethics Commission Act. You can also look to the Governmental Conduct Act, which imposes a duty to treat an office, a public office, as a public trust, and imposes an obligation not to abuse the office as a duty of the respondent, of any respondent. I think that the Financial Disclosure Act is a different animal, and that's because it deals with personal financial interests, and that's I think the window into the insight that this is a separate obligation that is not the respondent's official obligations. It deals with the respondent's personal obligations, personal financial obligations, I should say. So that's the sort of bird's eye view of that second reasonable, what I think is reasonable interpretation of 10K, and I think that interpretation does justice to the text of the rule, because if you said that any respondent who is a state official or an employee whose alleged to violate any duty is entitled to risk counsel, then the provision made in the performance of the respondent's duties sort of becomes superfluous. The legislature could have just said any respondent who is a state employee or state official who is the respondent to an ethics complaint is entitled to risk counsel. There wouldn't be a need to create this qualification here if you were imposing that kind of a broad interpretation on the statute. So, ultimately, I believe these are two reasonable interpretations, and I think the agency, the State Ethics Commission, as the custodian of this statute, has the power and I think the obligation to set out what it thinks is a reasonable interpretation. So I defer to the commissioner's judgment on this, but I think that the legal issue, there is a legal argument, and I think it's a sound legal argument for narrowing the scope of Section 10K to not include the Financial Disclosure Act obligation, and that reasonable interpretation would be accorded deference, I believe, by risk management and the courts. But again, this is about the commission choosing between reasonable interpretations, and so I think that the commission can exercise its judgment in whichever way it sees fit. But I appreciate the opportunity for being able to explain why I think the law allows this interpretation, and that it's not just a pure policy judgment that the staff made. So,
thank you. Okay, relative to the motion and second by Commissioners Bluestone and Carruthers to this discrete portion of the proposed amendments, there is the question before the commission at present is whether to strike the proposed amendment to section 1.8.3.9, subsection A7B2, found on page 27 of your materials. Discussion having completed, we'll call for a vote. Commissioner Baker?
I'm going to vote against Commissioner Bluestone's amendment.
Okay, so you're opposed to, there's a no on the motion.
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Bluestone,
Yes.
Commissioner Carruthers,
Yes.
Commissioner Solomon,
Yes.
Commissioner Villanueva,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
and chair votes no. The ayes have it, if you will. So the proposed amendment to 1.3.9 A7B2 is stricken. Okay.
Can I make one comment?
Sure.
I would urge the executive director and the general counsel to meet with the folks for state risk management and encourage them to take a hard look at the coverage documents and decide if this type of behavior is what they really want to be paying lawyers to defend.
Thank you. Okay, now we are back on the main motion, which is to adopt, obviously without that discrete provision, the proposed amendments. That has been moved and seconded. Are there any other discussion points? We were just, oh, Stuart, we're still with you, right? Yeah, that's where the interlude came. I just wanted to get that out of the way. Yeah, go ahead, Stuart. It's still yours, right?
Yeah, this is a pretty minor proposal, and I really think that the great bulk of the rules are really well done, and I commend Jeremy and Walker and everybody who's worked on them. I think they're well done and they make sense. The only one that I read that didn't make sense to me was on, I guess, page 29. At the end, the final paragraph H, and I wrote a note about this to Jeremy, that it was too lawyer-like for even me, because it just has a bunch of cites. It just says except as provided in all these subsections, the commission shall not receive any information related to another subsection until an appeal is made pursuant to another section. And I just thought we should put in a little bit of plain English. And I asked Jeremy what it really said, and I played with that with his response and come up with a proposal that I also sent him to consider. And so I guess my motion is to amend the beginning of this subsection H on what I think is page 29 of the materials, to read this way. When the commission initiates its own administrative complaint, the commission may serve in an appellate role after a hearing officer decision, comma, and the commission will be limited to reviewing the record developed at the hearing, period. As such, comma, except as provided, and then just continue on with the rest of the citations in that subsection. It's just a way of trying to put into a little bit of more of what I think to be plain language for people to understand what this subsection is referring to.
Is there a second to that?
Mr. Chair, may I have that repeated?
Sure.
Sure. Be happy to. When the commission initiates its own administrative complaint, the commission may serve in an appellate role after a hearing officer decision, and the commission will be limited to reviewing the record developed at the hearing. As such, accept as provided and then continuing on with the citations.
So this is, you're actually putting something, a preamble to that. It's not
Exactly.
really a preamble, but it's an initial sentence to that paragraph.
That's correct.
All right. There's a motion to modify that amendment. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any other discussion on that point?
I would just ask if staff have any comments they want to make.
Chair and Commissioner Baker, I see no problem with the amendment, and these rules are going out to public comment, so we have plenty of time to study it before the commission takes the rules up for final adoption.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bluestone. I assume you've spoken all you need to on it.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Carruthers?
Well, as a practicing attorney, I will pass.
Keep practicing, Gov. Keep practicing. Commissioner Solomon?
No further comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else? Judy, do you have any?
On this particular
This
item,
on this particular item. How
No.
about you, Commissioner Williams?
No comment.
Okay, so having run through that, is there a motion and a second to adopt the revision to the proposed amendment on subsection H, page 29? Commissioner Baker?
I vote in favor.
Okay, Commissioner Bluestone?
Yes.
Commissioner Carruthers?
Yes.
Mr. Solomon?
Yes.
Commissioner Villanueva?
yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Okay. Stuart, do you have anything else?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Carruthers, on the entirety, you got anything?
Nothing more.
Thank you. Commissioner Solomon?
Nothing more, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Villanueva?
I do have one on section, I think section 9E, page 28. The commission, and that's lowercase commission. The commission may initiate a complaint alleging a violation of any statute or constitutional provision. So we become the complainant as a
Chair.
body.
Chair and Commissioner, that's correct.
Okay, we may have had this discussion before, and I don't remember the outcome was. But my question would be, as a complainant, would we have to recuse ourselves from our roles as members of the commission on this particular complaint?
Chair and Commissioner Villanueva, the answer I believe is no, so long as your roles are in the future part of that administrative complaint after filing are governed by these rules and kind of limited to your role as an appellate body after a hearing officer would make a determination on the complaint. And the rule that Commissioner Bluestone just successfully moved to amend kind of constrains the information that the commission would be entitled to receive through the general counsel's investigation on that complaint. And so for commission initiated complaints, what you'll learn, what the commission would learn about the general counsel's investigation would be different than in normal complaints. It's part of this rule structure, but we think that so long as the commission's ability after it files a complaint, its role after it initiates a complaint is kind of reserved as an appellate body, and it doesn't really have a role in the investigation, it doesn't really have a role in the hearing, then we don't think that recusal is necessary. Again, it takes 5 commissioners to initiate a complaint under the State Ethics Commission Act, and a recusal of 5 commissioners on from the appeal would deprive the commission of a quorum to decide an appeal. And that doesn't seem like it would make sense under the State Ethics Commission Act.
Okay, I agree. Under point 1, under item 1, there it says any commissioner or director. If an individual member of the commission were to bring a complaint to the commission, then we would recuse ourselves.
Chair and Commissioner Villanueva know that the process that's contemplated by this section E is if a commissioner presents information about a violation, and if the director determines that the complaint would be within the commission's jurisdiction, then it would take 5 commissioners to vote to initiate that complaint. That's the process I think is being specified here in section E.
If I, as an individual member on the commission, were to bring a complaint of my own without asking the commission to be part of it, would I then recuse myself?
Chair and Commissioner Villanueva, I believe that the commission has concluded in the past that would be appropriate.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
But that's if it were an individual commissioner as the complainant and not as distinct from a commission initiated complaint.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all, Judy?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Williams?
Don't comment.
Thank you. Okay.
Chair, I've got a question.
Yes.
And it's following up on what Commissioner Villanueva just was speaking about. If we go down to section 3, towards the bottom on page 28. So a commissioner can present information showing a violation. The director determines the complaint is within the jurisdiction. And then 5 commissioners not only have to vote to initiate the complaint, but the 5 commissioners have to sign under oath, subject to penalty of perjury, that the information in the complaint and any attachments are true and accurate. So for example, if Governor Carruthers were to receive information that a lobbyist is offering bribes, and the governor wants to initiate a complaint, he would have to get 4 other commissioners to agree that this is something that should go forward. But in addition, those 4 additional commissioners would have to be willing to sign under oath that the material that Governor Carruthers is presenting is true and accurate. Do I have that right?
Chair and Commissioner Baker, you do, and it follows from the State Ethics Commission Act, which requires these affirmations by a complainant. And if the commission is the complainant, the same is required.
All right, thank you.
Okay, everybody's had their turn. So the motion and the second to adopt the proposed amendments have been sussed and as modified within the discussion. I will call the question. Commissioner Baker?
I vote yes.
Commissioner Bluestone?
Yes.
Commissioner Carruthers?
Yes.
Commissioner Solomon?
Yes.
Commissioner Villanueva?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. So the amendments as revised today shall be issued for public comment. Thank you, folks. That was a lot of stuff.
Chairman Lang, I have a question. After this is revised, will we get a copy of the revisions that will be going out for comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
you. Okay. Do we need a break? No? Okay. So is there a motion and a second to go into executive session to discuss administrative adjudicatory proceedings and attorney-client privilege matters pertaining to litigation?
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Walker, I'll give you a minute or two, and that will suffice as whatever break we're going to take right now if you need to step away from.
Okay, Chair, we are back.
Everybody's back that wants to be back. We are now in an open session. Jeremy, I'll refer to item number 7, actions on administrative complaints.
Thanks, Chair. The staff seek a motion for 90-day extensions in administrative cases 7, 31, 34, 35, and 2021-04.
Thank you. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Baker,
Yes.
Commissioner Bluestone,
Yes.
Commissioner Carruthers,
Yes.
Commissioner Solomon,
Yes.
Commissioner Villanueva,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair votes yes. The extensions are granted. Item number 8, fiscal year 22 outlook and possible interagency agreement. Jeremy.
Okay, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I'll remind the Commission that in fiscal year 22, the Commission took a 5% budget reduction. And that was just a consequence of the revenue shock and DFA's request that the state agencies fiscal year 22 budgets that were 95% of fiscal year 21 budgets. We absorbed all of that reduction in the 200s in the personnel category, which means in essence that we're losing funding for our special projects coordinator 2 position. We don't have the funds in FY22 to carry that position much farther beyond July. What I want to raise for the Commission is, in light of that, the staff have been doing some advanced work for the Citizen Redistricting Committee to help that committee get started, because their timeline is so compressed and they have such an enormous amount of work to do. The staff have been doing some advanced work for that committee, and the director of the State Ethics Commission has the authority to enter contracts on behalf of the Commission under statute. But before I do that, I just want to pose this issue for your consideration and any thoughts. I'm interested in exploring an interagency agreement with the Citizen Redistricting Committee to continue to provide them services if they're willing to agree to accept them under an interagency agreement, but only on a reimbursement basis. And a reimbursement basis that would allow the Commission to continue to fund our Special Projects Coordinator 2 position, at least through when the CRC's kind of statutory duties are over in end of October, early November. And I think that might enable the Commission to kind of bridge between its funding gap and then to go into the next session asking for a supplemental to keep the Special Projects Coordinator 2 position on for fiscal year 2022. And in this way, we might not actually lose a staff member. And so that's the the arrangement that I'm hoping to discuss with Justice Chavez and the CRC when they're in a position to think about interagency agreements. These kinds of interagency MOUs on reimbursement basis do occur in the state, and they have to be accompanied with a budget adjustment request in order for the Ethics Commission to receive revenue from the CRC into our budget, which means that it would have to be approved by DFA, and that the LFC would also have to consent. But there is precedent for reimbursement basis MOUs between state agencies. And so Chair, that's just an issue that I present. I just wanted to let the commission know it's a contract that I'm hoping to explore with the CRC.
Thank you.
Mr.
Anybody have any questions? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's probably appropriate to do this, but going forward, we were invited into this process, and we finished that process this morning to assist the CRC to get up and running. And so my only caution is we have to be careful what we're invited in to do on an interagency basis. Not every request for using the attorneys and the support staff we have would probably be appropriate for the Ethics Commission. But I would say this one definitely fits because we've already been invited in statutorily to participate in the process. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Governor. Anyone else? Okay, item 9, which is a discussion of return to in-person meetings and about our next meeting, and incorporating into that is, Jeremy, let me ask you as part of that discussion to apprise the commissioners of the status of appointments that are pending from Representative Townsend and Senator Stewart.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So I have received a letter of appointment from Representative Townsend appointing Commissioner Villanueva for a 4-year term. I have not yet received a similar letter from the Senate Pro Tem making an official appointment for the next 4 years. And so Commissioner Williams, if it's the case that you're reappointed, I'd love that. And if it's the case that the Pro Tem appoints somebody else, I hope that you'll indulge a little event and party for yourself at Las Cruces sometime later this summer. I'd love to come down and organize that, and hope I could find some time on Governor Carruthers' schedule to come by, and any other commissioners. And that's the status on where we are on commissioner appointments.
Thank you. And Senator Stewart has until June 30th to make that, right? I mean, the term expires June 30th.
Right.
Correct. Okay. Relative to that, what's the consensus regarding going back to in-person meetings? And I assume everybody's good with the schedule that we've been on, next being the first Friday in August.
Mr. Chairman, I think we moved to amend that to be the second Friday.
Oh, that's right, we did. Yeah, that's right. Somebody second hand, I remember that now. All right, so what are everybody's thoughts on trying to do it in person versus continue to do it on Zoom? I would prefer not to do a hybrid. I think that's kind of the worst of both worlds. That's just a personal preference. We either do it one way or the other, but anybody have any opposition to doing it in person? Any thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, I have no opposition to doing it. I think it's probably timely now that we seem to have covered most of the problems with the COVID-19. I would suggest and would move that our next meeting be held in person. I'm going to guess the best place would be in Albuquerque, so I'll include that in in the motion.
Thank you. Anybody opposed to that? I don't think we need a formal motion, but let me see. Is there any opposition to that? No?
Chairman, not really opposition to that, but I know that my personal plans include a right knee operation on August 4th. So I'm hoping that I'll be in such a stead that I could actually attend an in-person meeting here in Albuquerque. So
Well, and Godspeed to you, Ron, but and if you do need a pass, I think we can make an exception and let you appear in some other remote fashion technology.
okay. Appreciate that.
Chair and commissioners, we have purchased a camera which should enable virtual participation in an in-person meeting. And I'd like the time for Sunny and I to really test that. But we have bought a camera that we think will get the job done.
It will. It's a great, big, scary, ugly thing that was offered to me this morning, and Walker realized that wasn't probably going to work very well, at least with me. So, all right. So our next meeting, has somebody figured out what is the date of that? What's the second Friday in August?
It was August 13th.
All right. So the next meeting will be in person on August 13th at the commission offices. Well, we have that conference room that is part and parcel of our officing arrangement here with the UNM folks.
One question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
With this camera availability, does this also mean that people from all over the state can still participate like they do in this kind of a Zoom meeting so that the public can still see us and offer comments, or how does that work?
Jeremy?
Theoretically, yes, but Sunny and I need to work on it. I know that we could do it out of the small conference room in the Ethics Commission office, but we need to work on how that might work in the executive boardroom at UNM.
Mr.
We'll
Chairman.
know that prior to the meeting. Yeah. Yes, sir, Governor.
Mr. Chairman, also, if you would schedule a meeting no earlier than 10 o'clock, those of us from some distance can actually make it up there and drive back after the meeting without having to spend the night.
I don't see any objection to that. Anybody have a problem with that? Nope. Okay, good call. That will be at 10. Somebody that needs to remember that will remember that. So anything else on next meetings, or should we move to public comment? Okay, Walker, you can run the public comment.
All right. We've got some familiar faces and unfamiliar faces. So I'll start at the top of the list. Mr. Cliff Rees, would you like to make a public comment? If so, I'm asking you to start your video.
I have no public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right. We have Kristen Leslie. Miss Leslie, would you like to make a public comment? If so, I'm asking you to unmute yourself. All right. I'm not seeing any response from that. I think that those are the only two members of the public I see. So
we have exhausted the public.
I think it was that riveting discussion on the proposed rule amendments that probably drew such a crowd this afternoon. The weeds, some might call it. Anyway, there being nothing further, I believe we are adjourned.
All right.
Thank you all for a great couple of meetings.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Good luck, Jeremy.
You all be safe.